All right, I have returned. Alrighty. There we are. So we're gonna. Whoa! Something just fell. I don't know what that was. Well, I don't know. Something fell and made a noise. I have no clue. I'm gonna continue with questing here shortly. I hope you're all having a nice afternoon. Fix the sound here a little bit. Make sure the web captioner is working. There it is. All right. So we're going to go back to where I left off. A labyrinthine descent. So we're going to go here. Glad I got that aetheryte before I left, instead of being dumb. And I'm actually eating my dinner while I'm here. All right, let's see. What were we supposed to do here? I don't understand why this aetheryte is in water. I guess it must have some kind of effect on the travel capacities of the aetheryte. Or maybe they just think it looks cool. Or maybe they just like all travelers to arrive with wet feet. Maybe there's a shoe salesman in this town. I don't know. Oh gosh, I don't like this mount. It's far too big. And it makes me feel like I'm really slow. Let's see if we get a different random mount. Oh yes, the Goobu. That's very cute. All right, so where do we have to go? We gotta go up this way. And we have to look for aether currents too. 204 yards to the south. Well, let's go take a look. I don't think I can go through that way. Let's just see if I can find that aether current. It's close by. Oh my gosh, it is so laggy. Oh, look, it's probably down there, huh? There's also somebody out there. I wonder. Maybe it's on the... Whoops. Outer edge here. Why can't I jump up on this? Oh my gosh. Get me off this mount. Let's go around here and take a look. Southeast. So it's down there. It's down there. We'll get it when we go down. Oh my gosh, why does this behemoth keep coming up as my mount? I'm gonna have to set it to only take favorites. super lag. Oh my gosh. I hate to do it, but I'm going to turn my graphics down a little bit more just because there's so many people. It's a bit nutty. And I hate lag. I hate lag so much. I'll set it to the standard laptop setting, which is like the lowest preset. It's still laggy. It may just be that the server is laggy. What is this thing? All right. There's Aaronville. Stay back so that people can actually get to the NPC. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. Trust me, buddy. After the day I've had with a headache, I wouldn't give you a headache. That's the last thing. I wouldn't give my worst enemy a headache. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running. What? A pack of marmots running loose. Your exchange with Aaronville has taught you about exhausted gleaners. So the gleaners are tired. What is it they're looking for? I wonder. They're looking for something. They're probably looking for something specific. Let's see what Dobbin has to say. You want to know what I'm doing? Hauling books and ore and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Sounds like an Amazon delivery man. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. Oh. They just did one a few summers ago, even. Then, with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, eh? Preparing for the next big expansion. Maybe. Maybe that's what's going on here. They're preparing for the next big expansion. I mean, it's possible. Your exchange with Dobbin has taught you about taking stock in Labyrinthos. All right. So they've been tasked with taking stock. They're exhausted from gathering stuff. Let me think. The Rhea seeds should be item 1058. Human seeds, 1059. Snurbbleberry, 1060. Or were they 1061? Oh my goodness. Arg, my head feels like it's stuffed with moko grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk mixing it up? What if someone mistakes the Corthan carrots for Garabanian carrots? What then? Your exchange with Teve has taught you about large shipments coming in and out of Labyrinthos. Okay. So, I wonder what they're up to. These Charlians are definitely up to something. We'll find out. All right, where's the... Over here. Okay. It's Kryl. Let's go talk to Kryl. Any luck, Katniss? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? Well, here's my notes. Take my notes. Sorry, I am eating. I had class for 3 hours. It's so long. It's a long time to be on Zoom for a class. So we are going to be going slow and easy here. Paying attention to the story, not skipping stuff, you know, all that business. And taking breaks and being healthy as possible. Trying not to eat junk food while playing. So we'll see how this all goes. That's the plan, anyways. All right. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain a lot of the haggard faces I've been seeing. Yes, they said that they're exhausted. Whoa, that's very bright. There we go. All right. I just set up my little light because it makes the face tracking software work better. All right. So let's go on. We were right. The forum is definitely up to something. Yes, they are. And they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. So, glorified rat catcher. Oh no, are they going to send me out to catch the escaped marmots? I bet they are. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has asked them to do it. If you're game, Katniss, I have an idea. Sure. Are you going to tell me that I have to go be a gleaner? I bet that's what she's going to do. She's going to tell me I'm a gleaner now. Didn't one of the gleaners you questioned say something about escaped marmots? Oh, God. Here we go. Perhaps if you were to help him capture said creatures, he might be inclined towards a more friendly and enlightening conversation. I knew it. It's always the way. It's just the way it goes. All right, so we're going to catch marmots, I guess. Look at me kneeling down to talk to Kryl. That's so cute. She's so tiny. All right. Well, speak with Arendelle again. Let's go tell him that we'll catch his marmots for him. You wish to help me find marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. All right. Okay. Name is Arendelle, friend, specialist in the collection of live specimens. That said, the capture of these Nagsian marmots is a trial I've no desire to repeat. Grizzled mice, they call them. For a mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistaking our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Stuff them in this sack gently, of course. Here we go again. Stuffing poor defenseless creatures into bags. I can't tell you how many times I've done this. Mandragoras, Gaily kittens, now marmots. Here we go. Where to begin, you wonder? I've not seen any scampering around here, so we'll need to widen our search into the surrounding forest. Be on your guard. There are beasts out there that won't hesitate to prey on a marmot or you. Okay, well, I hope that they're not like the invincible Gastornis that I ran into when Heavensward began. Because that wasn't fun. I'll search the trees to the west. The eastern part of the forest is all yours. Good luck. All right. Off we go into the wild eastern forest. See if there's an aether current nearby here too. There should be. Okay. In the direction we're going. Oh, you know what? You know what we're going to do? Actually, we're going to get our chocobo ready. Get our chocobo out. There you go. Do I have any food on me? I should have a food. Oh, did I get rid of it? You know what? I'm just going to drink some of this grape juice just for the 3% XP buff. There we go. %3 is 3%. Oh god, I'm so slow. What on earth is that? Oh my god, look at this. It's a troll. I don't know if I want to fight that thing. I'm sure something's going to attack me though. Oh, it looks like I'll probably have to fight a troll. I don't see anything sparkly here. Oh wait, here we are. It's a grizzled mouse. I sense a hostile presence. Which one's mine? I don't know which one's mine. I think this one is. This one is mine. All right. Oh, it looks so scared. Barely have you readied the sack when the grizzled mouse scampers off into the underbrush. Oh, for God's sake. It got away. I'm gonna have to scoop these mice out from under the bushes. Hmm. $142 yalms to the northeast. So up here is the aether current. Let's see if we can get it. It's probably like right here somewhere. 87 yalms to the northeast. I wonder if it's up there on that tower. To the north. So it's like, oh, there it is. Look, it's right there. It's up on the cliff. Well, oh God, look at trolls. All right. I'm sure we'll have to go up there. We have to find this marmot that's in the bushes here, though. It is really literally so laggy. So laggy. But, you know, I haven't gotten disconnected. I don't see it anywhere. Where is it? Check up here. I wonder if I could. Nope. Can't jump on the mushrooms. Where on earth did this marmot go? Where is it? It's here somewhere. Into the underbrush. I wonder if it's across the road? I don't know. Wait, there it is. Look. Found it. I sense a hostile presence. Another coyote. Well, these things aren't nearly as scary as the mobs were in Heavensward when that expansion started. I also have much better gear than I did when that started. Let's see. This mouse is a squeak. Let's see here. I want it in my bag. Get in my rat sack. It got away. Oh my god. The rodent nimbly evades your grasp before once more disappearing into the trees. What the heck? I am not cut out to be a rat catcher. This is ridiculous. I can't seem to get them in the bag. The flavor text on this item is a sturdy sack supposedly large enough to hold one or more squirming marmots. Okay, well, apparently I tried and failed. So I'm going to go talk to this guy and hope that, you know, he'll still spill the tea, so to speak. All right. Oh, wait. It's up here. Wait. Yes. Oh, no, we still have to go look for one more. Here we go. Up here. Oh, this is the one where the trolls are going to attack us. I guess we have to go up the hill. So we'll get our aether current too. I hope this guy isn't expecting me to bring him like a sack full of marmots. Because I feel like we'll be lucky to just get one. Okay, there's the marmot over there. But let's get this aether current while we're here. All right. I saw the marmot. There it is. Let's go get it. All right, you. Get in my bag. Get in. Please. Please, just get into the sack. More prepared for its speed this time, you succeed in closing the sack over your elusive quarry. All right. I've got a marmot in the bag. So let's take it back to the guy. I wonder if it changed the flavor text. Let's see. This sack holds the plump, wriggling form of one greatly annoyed grizzled mouse. Oh, poor thing. I feel bad stuffing these things into bags against their will. I mean, surely they don't want to get into my sack. All right, back to town we go. It's very pretty. This place is quite pretty. All right. Let's talk to this guy. I think it's a bunny boy. Oh, let's take a look. It is. He's a bunny boy. Look at him. Very cute. Very cute. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. I've got one. Here you go. Maybe he'll help me now. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Okay, you go do that. He'll be happy to get out of the sack. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. Oh, you're welcome. Who tasked you with the capture of them in the first place? Yeah, that's what we want to know. Or do we want to know what he's going to do with them? Maybe we don't want to know what they're going to do with them. Why, the authority in charge of Labyrinthos now and in perpetuity, the same officials who've had us working day and night of late, the honorable members of the Forum, who else? Well, of course, that's what I figured. But why? Why? What is going on here? There's something sneaky happening. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed, those were the 2 conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. Oh my gosh, no, don't eat them. Ugh. I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least, I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. Well, thank goodness for small favors. There you are, Katniss. All right. Kryl. There she is. Is this Gleaner you mentioned the one who was looking for lost marmots? Yes, ma'am. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk anyways? I'm Kryl, of the students of Baldician. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decision of late to have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hope that by seeing those decisions put into action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical, never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? No, it doesn't. It doesn't hurt. That's always smart. Anyways, duty calls. Other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't offer you more for your services. What are these people up to? They're definitely up to something. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? I'll tell you what I've learned. So we've confirmed that the order for this ambitious operation did indeed come directly from the Forum. However, the Gleaners have not been informed of its purpose. Correct. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun, the Forum contacted the Gleaners Guildship and put their people to this great work for some 4 days after the Telophoroi made their chilling declaration. Ah, so they're planning something, but what? As seasoned travelers, the Gleaners keep abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus, am I inclined to trust their calendar of events is accurate. I would trust them too. I would trust the Gleaners way more than I trust those slimy, sneaky jerks in the Forum. Altogether, it gives the distinct impression that this undertaking was sudden and unexpected development. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. So maybe it's like an emergency plan that they have just decided to put into action. You know, these seem like the kinds of people who would have a contingency plan that they could, pull out if necessary. Right? So that's what I'm going to guess. And the Telophoroi's declaration was what set it all in motion? It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there, we can reach the lower... Oh, what? Oh no, Kryle's having an echo headache again. Kryle, what's wrong? I'm fine, truly. The sudden descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. We followed the path east through the forest, where you were chasing after that mouse, or marmot, was it? Anyway, 'tis the trolls you need to watch out for. All right. Oh, look, more quests have popped up. Outer Circuit Researcher's brow is creased in consternation. Excuse me, do you have a moment? I have an urgent task to attend to, and I could use some assistance. As the supervisor of this sector, I was concerned with how cool the air in Mornvale Forest felt as I walked through on my usual rounds. Ordinarily, it should be a touch more humid. My colleagues assure me that the gauges are displaying acceptable temperatures, and, well, hinted that I was being oversensitive. My instinct, however, informed me otherwise. Would you mind assisting me with a more thorough investigation? I think she wants me to go take the temperature of some air somewhere out there in the forest. Sure, I'll help. Payment will be forthcoming, of course, but first let's begin by assessing the problem from within the forest itself. All right, we'll go check it out. It's not the heat, it's the humidity. No, it's the heat and the humidity. Trust me, I live in the South. And even in the desert, when it's hot, it's still hot, even though it's dry heat. Trust me. Nona Lotto greets you with wild-eyed hope. Name of this quest is no laughing matter. Okay, little Lala, what do you need? Ahem, no. Ho there, friend. Fancy lending a hand to a gleaner in need? Sure. I'm fairly new to all this gleaning business, so it's only proper that someone with the requisite experience delivers this very important Aldon alchemical compound to that research facility. You know that one a short way to the west? Well, I don't, but I'm sure I will soon, because you're going to give me something to take there. Um, why not ask a fellow gleaner? Because they're all too busy? Oh, I couldn't do that. They'd never take me seriously again. No, I need someone bold and brave and unconnected to me in social circles. In other words, an itinerant adventurer like you. I'm the warrior of light, my friend. I've got a lot of business to attend to. I would do it myself, of course, but duty calls. I'd just deliver this package to someone in a position of seniority, and I promise I'll be back here to pay you for the favor. All right. Well, off on a FedEx quest. Let's see. I think that's all of the quests. Oh, no, there's still another one over here that we can pick up. Where is it? Is it actually not here? Maybe it's down. Maybe there's a downstairs. Oh, no, there it is. Okay. There he is. Just didn't show up for a bit because of lag. So laggy. The Green Gleaner seems to want a word with you. Excuse me, but aren't you the one who is assisting Aaronville? If you have a moment, I could also use some help with certain tasks. Simply put, I'm to hunt down a number of caribou, but as this is the first job I've accepted which requires any degree of violence, I'm not entirely confident in how I should approach my prey. What? Oh, God. You seem like the type of woman who's seen her fair share of combat. What if I could observe you from a concealment while you engage my target fauna? Oh my gosh. This guy wants me to show him how to do his job. Not altogether unusual, I guess. I wouldn't need you to spend all day on it, of course. 1 or 2 examples in the forest west of here should be plenty. Let's say 2, shall we? I'll even pay you. Please. Oh my gosh, how much money are we talking? How much money? Alrighty then. Let's go. Go deliver things and kill some things. What is it he wants? Caribou. Oh gosh, he wants me to kill caribou. Alright, we've got this. What's so hard about that, my friend? He can't do it himself. I wonder how much money he's going to give me for this. Probably not enough. I got up too early today because I had this terrible headache. Alright. That bit's done. Let's see if there's any more aether currents around here. Just the one to the south. Okay. Well, we'll get it when we go down that way. I'm sure we'll go down that way. Let's see. I think I go up here by this. I think this is the laboratory or whatever. I'm being chased by a caribou. I don't want to kill another one. Let's see if it chases me all the way up here. Nope, it's going back. Okay, good. May I help you? Yes, here. Take this etheric chemical compound. Ah, yes, the Alden compound. Excuse me, but whatever happened to the gleaner I was told to expect? You don't quite match his description. No, I'm a tall, dark, and lovely cat girl, and he was a potato. And so here you are in his stead. Sigh, I thought that might be the case. This facility primarily studies small Vilekin and their ilk, and their role as carriers of disease. As such, we seem to have become the subject of some rather unsettling, not to mention wholly unsubstantiated rumors. All right. I imagine some senior gleaner was amusing himself by taunting his junior colleague with scary half-truths and outright fabrications. The scholar lends me patience, but such jests lead to no end of trouble for us. Yes, I can just imagine that misinformation about science is troublesome. In any case, I thank you for bringing me my delivery. Should you happen to return to our faint-hearted gleaner, pray do me the service of setting him straight on what we do here. All right, well, can I go inside and take a peek at what you do? No. It says no entry. See? No entry. What the heck? Okay, well, I'll tell him that I think you're legit, I guess. Oh, look, it's a fate. Might as well do it while we're here. Kill the spiders. Hit all the spiders and try not to die. That's what I do. Oh, I'm gonna get hit by that. Oh, hey, there's a forlorn maiden. Where is it? There it is. That is a lot of spiders. Oh, gross. I am not a spider fan. Not since I got bit by a brown recluse. I am no longer... I have a healthy fear of spiders after that. Because I was sick for many months from that. It bit me on the neck twice. It's pretty awful. Oh, we might not have to kill very many more. I'll heal this guy. Have a heal, my friend. Here, I'll just put up a healing bubble. Stand under it. Everyone stand under it. Everything's fine. All right. Fate done. Back about it. Thank you for the instruction. While I doubt I could emulate your particular style, seeing you in action was enormously helpful. You've also provided a service by culling a few of Labyrinthos' more prolific animals. Lest you worry, It's essential we reduce the caribou's numbers every now and again to maintain a stable habitat. And nothing here is killed for mere sport. Every part of a carcass is harvested and put to use, a practice I will make sure to carry out with the creatures you slew. There are still more that need culling, but I think I can handle it on my own now. Such is the gleaner's lot, and I should learn how to do it rather sooner than later. Okay, well, get to it. Oh, and here's your payment. Wish me luck. Good luck, my friend. Actually, true, I saw an article that said that there's like a stand of quaking aspens. I want to say it's in Oregon. It's like considered the largest single living organism on the planet. Um, and it's like, quaking aspens, they send out little runners with roots, and they have little clones that sprout up like little, branches off of the roots that turn into trees of their own. And apparently deer are killing it slowly. They're eating it. All right, back to Nonolato. You're back and not suffering from any horrible maladies. Well, nothing visible anyway. Uh-huh. You sneaky little... Never trust a Lalafell. Never. Never trust the Lalafells. They're always up to something. I'm going to explain to him about science. What's that? You think someone's been having a laugh at my expense? Yes, I do. But the others told me. They said the researchers ordered a forbidden substance from Olda so they could concoct some kind of zombie powder, and that gleaners who deliver there are often never seen again. Aye, that does sound a bit unlikely now that I say it out loud. Those lying bastards. Well, right. Well, here's what I owe you, plus a little extra for keeping quiet. Gods above, I'll never live this down. Yeah, you shouldn't listen to conspiracy theories, friend, because most of the time that's just exactly what they are. Theories. All right. And let's see. So that was those side quests. We got to go over here to the forest. Here's the outer. Oh, this is what these things are. I was wondering, because they're not like a normal lamp. Something's going on with these. Take a close look at this mist sprayer. You'll find these devices throughout the Mornvale forest, and I need you to see if they're functioning properly. It's nothing too complicated. If the sprayer's crystal is glowing blue, then that means it's working. If the crystal is dull, then it's most likely broken. Here, I'll jot down the locations of the sprayers I wasn't able to check yet. Meanwhile, I'll go see if there are any problems at Mistloom. That's the big tower over there responsible for regulating the sprayers. That can be our meeting spot once you've finished checking the devices. Well, okay. Let's see. So the sprayers are up here. Let's check them out. There's one here that looks like it's working fine to me. It's blue. The crystal is glowing blue. This mist sprayer appears to be functioning correctly. This crystal is glowing blue. The mist sprayer appears to be functioning correctly. Yes. So far, we've all of them. Maybe it's the one up here. Maybe one's not working up top. Right, so we gotta go up here. Oh, yep. It doesn't look like it's glowing at all up there. It looks dull. Oh gosh, the troll. Take a hike, troll. The sprayer's case is cracked, the crystal within it inert and dull. This device appears to be malfunctioning. All right. Mission accomplished. Let's go tell her that she got a broken sprayer. She knew this, though. She knew. No one ever listens to the underlings. Not if it means that they'll have to fix something. Because time is money, friends. All right, here we are. Well, the mist loom technicians can detect nothing awry with the tower's workings. Any issues with the sprayers? Yes. Aha, so there was a malfunction after all. Yes. Sprayer's job is to keep the area blanketed in mist to accurately simulate the moist-laden air of certain forest habitats. One broken device had no effect on the temperature, but the humidity had fallen out of the optimal range. If we hadn't caught the change, we would have started seeing an adverse effect on the forest's flora and fauna. Nice work, but I didn't bring your payment with me. Come back to Upper Akranthos, and we can settle accounts there. Well then. Gotta go hunt him down to get my money. I hope I don't have to get rough. All right, let's go back here first. Oh, yeah. I wonder. 422 to the southeast. I wonder how we get down there. Oh, like this, maybe. I don't think I can jump down here. That looks... No, probably not. Nope. This game doesn't let you jump to your death. So I can't go down there yet. Oh no, I'm being chased by Narbrui. At least I don't get knocked off my mount. That would be super annoying. We'll go get our money and then we'll go to the next place. It sure looks cool. This is like a giant greenhouse. Thank you again for agreeing to help. It goes to show that mechanical gauges aren't always as important as trusting one's own senses. Your remuneration is promised. Now I must see about organizing repairs for that broken sprayer. You do that. That's not very much money. It's going to take a while to get back all the money I've spent on housing. Let's see. So let's go down here and turn in this other quest and see what's next. I wonder if Thavnair is as laggy as this. I wonder if everybody's just stayed here. What's the matter? Oh, your video card has a screen that tells you what it's doing. You're a giant nerd. I don't know. I hope that the one that I get has stuff like that that makes me look super nerdy too. I can't wait to get my new processor and stuff because I think it'll help. I'm really having a lot of lag. Is it laggy for you? Yeah, I'm like, I had to turn everything down to the lowest setting, which makes me very sad. I don't think so. I mean, nothing unusual, but I can check. Let's just check. Let's check the task manager. Oh, goodness. Well, I mean, Final Fantasy, I mean, I'm only using like 57% of my CPU power. It just feels very unresponsive. So I'm not sure. Well, oh well. It is what it is. It'll be better once I get the processor upgraded over the weekend. Well, by Monday afternoon anyways. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charlian's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. It sounds like they're like pet hoarders. Like we need to call in the Humane Society or the Animal Police to make sure that they aren't mistreating anything. Yes, the Animal Police. You know, that, like, animal control. Yes. Nana with a police hat. I'm going to get her a police outfit now. That's definitely happening. Need to figure out what's going on here. You haven't been here yet. You'll see. You'll see. I'm not giving you spoilers. Deeper into the maze, Alphinaud is gazing into the Archeon with an appraising look. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. All right, then. In we go. Uncommon sense. Borogchin eyes you with a calculating look. You have an air of dangerous competence, and you are most certainly not Charlian. Yes, you should do nicely. Why does this sound suspicious? Nicely for what? To carry a box to your grandmother? To put a small defenseless creature into a sack? To rampantly murder the wildlife? I mean, that's like 99% of my job. For what pay, you ask? As the overseer of the wildlife in this sector, I often find myself in need of new volunteers to help with the feeding. Oh, as long as I don't have to pick up the poop. I'm sure that'll come later. While I am perfectly content to perform the task myself, it would be unwise to allow the carnivores to grow too accustomed to my scent, or that of any of my colleagues for that matter. Oh, okay, so send the foreign stranger in to do the dangerous job so that the predators learn their scent. Okay, got it. Why is it always this way? It's always this way. Wonderful. Here, take these hunks of raw flesh and just set them down at these locations. Hurry back as soon as you're done. Okay, hunks of raw flesh. I wonder what these hunks of raw flesh are from. Do I want to know? Probably not. It's probably best to not know. The flavor text on it says, a generous hunk of glistening flesh sure to sate the appetite of even the most voracious carnivore. Oh dear. All right. Potluck. Viel appears to be in a state of annoyed bewilderment. I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but might I ask a small favor? I just saw the gleaner I'd hired for a job, and he seemed awfully, well, jittery, I suppose, is the word. And when I tried to ask him what the matter was, he met my eyes for a moment and then bolted out of the room. I should like to catalog the items he was meant to bring and then get them safely stored, but I refuse to play this ridiculous game of Quirrell and Mouse. Are those the next creatures that I'm supposed to go slay or stuff into a sack, please? And thank you. Would you mind tracking him down for me? The last I saw of him, he was dashing off towards Passamarant Pastroponics. Is that the name of a business? Passamarant Pastroponics. Okay, it's a tongue twister. It's a burly researcher. The burly researcher looks at you appraisingly. Don't look at me like that. It's always a bad thing. You look strong, sturdy, and most importantly, idle, which is a wonderful coincidence as I'm in need of a spare pair of hands. Let me explain. Listen, buddy. I am a very busy person. You thinking I look idle is just it's insulting. I have like 6 tasks on my list already, so be quick about it. I sent one of my young colleagues off to the Estates Tholos to organize a shipment of ore, but after a second glance at the order sheet, I realized why it was taking him so blasted long. Seems the order was more than triple the size we usually handle. Something to do with these large-scale preparations, I suppose, and I can hardly expect that pup to shift it all on his lonesome. Oh, I see how it is. You think that I'm a bodybuilder. I'm a white mage, buddy. I, wave my hands around and say magic words for a living. Come and pitch in with the hauling and I'll make it worth your while. What do you say? Give me the money. Give me the money. Good, many hands make light work. Well, lighter at least. Let's go. Oh, at least he's going to go along. Well, that's okay. As long as he's not just sending me all by myself. One moment. It's time for afternoon meds. All right. Where are we going to next? $222 yalms to the southeast. There is a thing. Well, hopefully we'll get to that part. It's Phase Bros. He's the gemstone trader. In the market for something on the rarer side, got a whole village's worth of surplus from the Archeon, some of which can even be yours for some bicolor gemstones. Oh, okay. Now you have access to this region's gemstone exchange. Trade bicolor gemstones for a variety of rare and exclusive items. Successfully completing local fates will allow for safe delivery of goods in the region, increasing the number of items available for exchange. Okay. Well, all right. Yakko Chuck. Luncheon toad skin. Birkenan sap. Highly sticky substance obtained from a Birkenan. I'm not sure what a Birkenan is. I guess we'll find out. A luncheon toad. Oh, look, it's the slimy hide of a luncheon toad. And this Yakko Chuck is a bit on the sinewy side, but highly nutritious. Okay. Wow, I have 54 gemstones. But nothing really good to get right now. I don't think I need any luncheon toad skins at the moment. Not until I level up my leather worker, I suppose. There's a lot of quests here. It's Chatbert. Chatbert appears to have worked himself into a panic. It will be all right. I just need to... Oh, gods, what do I do? You tell me to do whatever it is that you can't figure out how to do yourself. That's how this works. Why else would I be standing here poking you on the back with my little reindeer paw? I asked a gleaner to bring me a lively coblin specimen, but perhaps I was a tad too insistent on the lively part. The thing flung itself about with such force that it broke the wall of its enclosure and escaped. And... you need me for what? For a moment, I considered chasing after it myself, then realized it would likely beat my soft academic frame into a bloody pulp. Why are you working here? Why? You should not be working here if you cannot handle the things that you're supposed to work with. You, on the other hand, seem to possess a rather higher degree of fortitude. The last I saw, it was skittering off towards Mornvale Forest. Please track down and subdue our frisky fugitive. Stuff it into this sturdy sack. Stuff it into this sturdy sack and bring it back here to me. My humble gratitude will be yours, as well as a generous reward. It had better be generous. I swear to God. It's never very generous. But it's always stuff something in a sack for me. This is a sturdy sack large enough to contain one standard-sized coblin. Well, I hope that the one that we run into is standard-sized. All right, where do we go from here? Over this way. Let's go up here and get this quest that's inside. Oh, we can turn in this other quest while we're here. It's the Archeon Custodian. Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vault. Peruse? You are clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. Ishtola? This building has a lift which connects it to the middle tier. Yes, might we at least make use of that? No. That service has also been suspended, I'm afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What on earth are they up to? I'm so curious. What, so this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. Alrighty then. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for the moment, shall we? Let's go reconvene outside. Students of Baldician. This guy looks like a snitch, and snitches get stitches. I have the feeling we're going to have to take care of this guy. We are at an impasse as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. Yes, me too. Especially that guy. He's trouble. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. Yes, we could just climb down the cliff face or jump down the waterfall. I have an idea. Let's get into barrels and throw ourselves over the edge of the waterfall. We'll just float. We'll just float. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It is likely that the people of this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Maybe. Maybe we should just sneak ourselves into a box. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Well, I've already gotten a quest to lift some heavy stuff, so. All right. Let's go over here. Here. A bone-weary worker. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I found a spare moment to rest. You're allowed to rest. I did see a gleaner fellow heading out the gate, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he is doing. All right. So let's see. Next one is over here. I suspect that we have to get down there in order to, I can't jump over. I want to jump over. I just want to jump the fence. Oh, look, it's a chocobo keep. No thanks. I just wanted to get to know you. All right. So we're going over here. Oh, this is the thing to get the runaway goblin. There's two different things here. That's the other quest. Okay, first let's do this one. Well, I haven't had to fight too many things yet. And I've like gotten more than half a level, and I've only had to fight like 3 times or something. All right, Coblin. Time to meet your match. So I've weakened him, I think. Let's see if we can put him into the basket. Nope, not yet. Hold on. Maybe a little lower. Maybe now. Whoops. Maybe it has to get all the way. Okay, there we go. There we go. It won't let me kill it. It used to be that when you did these quests, if you weren't careful, you could actually kill the thing. All right, it's in the bag. Wait, let's just go over here now for this next thing. Oh, this is the meat. Put down the chunks of meat. Where do I need to go now? There's usually a place to hide when you do that. I guess not. Just put down the meat and run. Okay. I don't have to observe or anything. Good, let's go. Let's get out of here before the thing shows up. What's going on there? Oh, look, it's a jittery gleaner. This is the one that needs help. Pastor Morant, Pastroponics. God, gods and scholars, don't sneak up on me like that. Can I help you? Ah, my employer sent you, did he? Well, he'll be pleased to know that I was able to purchase all his requested Far Eastern items of cultural significance. That pot there was one of them, but I was leery of simply handing it over. I think there's something alive inside. Oh, okay then. What are you doing with this pot, my friend? You tell me what this is. Yes, yes. Whoa. Oh, something spoke from inside of the pot. There, you heard that, didn't you? I knew it wasn't just my imagination. Nope, not just your imagination. Certainly not. I heard it too. You seem a well-traveled sort. What sort of creature might well be dealing with here? It's a Namazu, trust me. Oh ho, you know you're Namazu, yes. Yes, I crawled into this comfy-looking pot for a nice nap, and before I knew it, I was whisked away on an adventure. I'll say. You got more than you were asking for when you got into the pot this time. Well, now that I'm here, I might as well make the most of my misfortune. See the sights, try the food, that sort of thing. Convey my pot to the nearest inn, if you please. Seeing as our guest is so eager to stay, the least I can do is sponsor his visit and help fill out the paperwork. Meanwhile, I would appreciate it if you could explain the situation to my employer. Yes. He did not have an article of cultural significance. What he had was a catfish man in a pot who fell in there and took a nap. All right. Let's see, where are we? We are going down this way. Let's go over here. Get out of this chasm. I can get out right here. Yes, there we go. Oh, and here is another place I think to put down some oh nope, this is the lightly built lab assistants who probably needs help carrying boxes. Please tell me you're the help I was promised. Oh, thank the stars. My supervisor came past not a moment ago and scooped up half the ore himself. A new what? Yes, it is. There's new Bert. I swear he's part forest troll, but even so, I don't think I can manage the rest without doing myself an injury. Listen, if I take this crate, do you think you could carry the other load? Once you have it settled into a comfortable grip, I'll lead us to where we need to go. All right, sure. Let's get this over with. Commence hauling. Yes. You will have 3 minutes to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the start location and begin anew. Okay. Hopefully nothing attacks us, I guess. Let's go. I see you're no stranger to hauling heavy things about. Come on, let's get moving before my arms fall out. Yes, I've actually been carrying Alpha Node through this entire game for 7 years. This guy is very slow. How far do we have to go? I guess we'll just walk up this hill really slowly. All the people passing me by. We only have 1 minute left. Where is this going? Over here. Okay. I hope we make it. Here we go. Yay, just in time. That ought to do it. Come back to the Archeon and I'll pay you what you're owed. All right, you better pay me. The worst is over. You're welcome. There you go. These quests are all very easy. That's all I can say. So, uncommon sense. Yes. Put more meat on the ground. Yeah. I still have a headache. I've had a migraine for a couple weeks. Literally. I'm trying to have fun with Stormbringers, with Endwalker anyways, despite the fact that I have had a headache now for almost 2 weeks straight. All right, where to next? Over there. Okay, on the other side. I'm guessing that we can't get the next Aether Current until we get down below. This is a long ride over here. There it is. I see it from here. All right, another quest done. We've completed a number of them now. Let's see what's next. Back to town. Oh, look, there's another quest that we didn't pick up. Okay. All right. It looks like we have to finish all of these little quests before we can get the next quest. We might have to finish all of them, actually. We'll see. Look at you, all finished and with a distinct lack of bleeding and sobbing. This is why I prefer to employ mercenary types to feed our more aggressive specimens. Fortunately, I can simply let the carnivores hunt down their own meals much of the time, but this is a closed habitat. If we don't intervene to fill bellies on occasion, the delicate equilibrium between predator and prey will come crashing down. Thank you for helping to maintain that balance. Well, alrighty then. Oh, look, there's a bemused student. Let's turn these in first, though. Did you catch up with the gleaner? What did he have to say for himself? Are you telling me that Namazu are real? By the scholar, I thought the stories of such beings were just that, stories. No, man, listen. I was in a house the other day where there were like 20 of them. They were everywhere. Everywhere, I tell you. Cooking the meals, sleeping in the bed, hiding in the fireplace. Yep, they're everywhere. Now we have the chance to speak with the one in the flesh. We really must house this visitor here in the Archeon and record the conversations for posterity. Oh gosh, they're gonna hold my Namazu friend captive. Oh yes, yes, here you've been very helpful. Now if you don't mind, I have preparations to make. Yes, preparations. Are you preparing a Namazu cage? What? I don't trust these people. I'm glad you came along when you did. I can't be hauling ore all day, and my colleague is not exactly built for hard labor. The Estates Tholos is where we store our mineral deposits, you see, and it is our job to field and fill requests from all our fellow researchers. But we are not equipped to process orders of that quantity, especially if the Central Circuit keeps sending up requisition papers at the same frenzied pace. The Central Circuit? We'll run out of stock before long, assuming our backs don't give out first. Anyway, you're not here to listen to me gripe. Take your wages and good work. All right, I'm going to take my wages. Give me my money. I'm all about the Benjamins. Am I taking the lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around Tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Oh, that's a great idea. Let's just put this poor defenseless creature that we don't know what it is into a box and, you know, send it down to the pit. Squeal, squeal. Oh gosh, what's in there? Oddest little squeal, don't you think? Anyways, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. What is in the box? What? What is in the box? Let's go turn this other quest in over here. Did you get it? Did you bag the Coblin? Yes, of course I did. Here you go. Yes, it's yet another creature in a sack, Daniel. I know, it's hilarious. This sturdy sack contains one subdued standard-sized Coblin. I'm about to hand over to its doom. Oh, praise the scholar. You see, I've been assigned to evaluate the dietary claims of work entitled Coblin Cuisine and had been about to prepare my first dish. Oh, God. Wait, are you cooking for the Coblins or are you cooking the Coblins? Chat, Bert. It's another Bert. How will it taste? Is it even edible? You, my friend, have made it possible for me to answer such questions. Don't eat it. Don't eat it. It's made of metal. It's not savory. Don't eat it. He's going to cook it. Yes. No, no. They're going to cook the Coblin. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yes, he's about to poison everybody for dinner. Thank you for your contribution to culinary science. Um, been nice knowing you, buddy. Nice knowing you. See ya. See ya on the moon. When you're a ghost because you poisoned yourself with a goblin. Don't say I didn't warn you. All right. Oh, there's one more quest down here. Music in this zone is one of my favorites. It's Down the Up Staircase from the Anti-Tower. Yeah, it's from the Anti-Tower. Ngali is looking at you with motherly concern. Listen, you should be more worried about your buddy outside who's about to cook himself a goblin for dinner. I'll be fine. Madam, if you could hold out your hand, I have something you really must eat. Please, I insist. Oh, God. I don't trust these people. They're cooking goblins. Is that not the juiciest, sweetest, most invigorating thing you've ever tasted? I just finished baking a batch, and judging by your somewhat wan complexion, I thought you could use a little treat. Oh, don't worry. I know exactly what I'm feeding you, though I've settled here in this haven of archived cultural treasures. I was once a student of the nutritional sciences at the Faculty of Medicine. I've heard about the cooking in this place, lady. You can't fool me. The knowledge from that course certainly comes in useful when it comes to keeping my weary colleagues healthy and hale, although I do struggle to find the time to collect all the ingredients I need. Oh, she wants me to go, like, thresh some wheat for her or something. In fact, I was wondering if you would be willing to help in that regard. I was about to head out to gather some things east of here, but if you could scour the area to the northwest for a couple of rotting logs, I'd be so grateful. Sure. I'll go get your rotting logs. If it means I get to go down the elevator. Whoops, wrong way. That guy again. What a sourpuss. All right, so up here is that thing, and here's... Okay, so we're going up to this one. To the Moonvale Forest. Okay, where are we going? We're going up here. All right, up and to the right. Here we go. Let's see what's on the list. What are we collecting today? Rotting logs. Oh, look, it looks just like the little housing item that I like so much. And apparently I can carry 2 of them at once. And these people wonder, you know, like, can you carry this box of like metal bars for me? Sure. Sure. I can carry 2 rotting logs at once, too. All right, got it. I apparently have a bag like Hermione Granger. It is a bottomless sack that I can carry everything and anything in, and everything fits. And, you know, the bag itself is small enough that I can just kind of put it in the pocket of my dress and you never see it. I don't even have like a backpack on or anything. It's like a coin purse. It's a magical coin purse in which I can hold everything. Oh, hey, there's my friend Fate Hazersky. I haven't seen him in ages. Oh, good. Glad to see he's still around. He was my neighbor. He is our neighbor. Or was. I don't know if he's still in that same free company. My neighbor in Mist. Any luck with the logs? Of course. course I got your logs. Why would I come back to see you if I didn't have the logs? Don't make me smack you with them. Yes, these should just be riddled with the little darlings. Oh, God. The cookie she gave me. It was made out of grubs. I bet. Thank you from both me and on behalf of my sure-to-be appreciative fellow archivists. After all, no... Oh, no. Oh, no. No dish has more nutritional value than one made with beetle larvae. I knew it. Oh, all right. Well, we've done all of these quests in this little area. So let's see if we can do the next part here. So we have to go outside. It's the outer circuit. Let me up this hill. I bet you there's metal in these here hills. I'm going to have to level up my gathering and crafting soon. I might just like get a level on my battle classes and then level up a level on my other stuff. We'll see. How do I get in here? Do I get in here? I must get in here. Where's the door? Can I go in? Okay, I am so confused. What's going on here? Search for the pack-bearing gleaner. He must be down here then. Maybe he's hiding down here somewhere. Oh, here he is. That's what everyone was standing around for. Over here. Oh, look, it's Aaronville. What has he been up to? Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Oh, no. What will I frighten away? Ah, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Buddy, you have no idea. I have seen some shit. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for the birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Oh, good luck. Well, I guess a hornbill is better than a shoebill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Oh my goodness. All right. Shoot it with this dart. Will do, I guess. We can do that. All right. Let me check something really quick. I need to fix something. I wonder if that'll help. Nope. Oh well. Expressions are not working anymore. And I don't know why. I can't make my girl laugh or smile or anything extra. It's just broken. It just breaks. For no discernible reason. It may just be lag. I don't know. Okay, let's see. So we have to click on this thing here and try to hit a thing with a dart. All right, we can do that. Search your surroundings for the hornbill. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target the hornbill and use the blowgun with the thing. Okay. One of these quests. Whoops. Okay, so there's the hornbill right there. Got it. I have sedated the wrong bird. Ugh. What? It said caw. Well, that's just dumb. Okay. So not that one. That's a large red bird. A small green bird. Cuckoo. A large green bird. That one. Let's try that one. Oh, I can't get it. It's going around in a circle here. Oh, for goodness sakes. Got it. I think it was the right one. Hit the right bird with the dart. Got it. Oh, goodness gracious. I got up far too early. I feel like I need a nap. I seem a little bit too happy about sedating that bird. Surely this can't be good. I hope that this guy is nicer to the animals than the others. He's got a voice.
Nicely done. Let me truss this one up and I'll make my way over to you.
Okay then. Come, bunny boy. I like bunny boys. Bring the bird in a sack and just come on over here and visit me. I was surprised that he's got a voice, that he has voice acted. This guy must have more part in the story than
there you are.
It seems.
Any new revelations?
Yes.
So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill.
Yep. And now he's my boyfriend.
I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Well, maybe they're making a second place.
Oh, it's a simple thing, really.
Tell us all about it.
Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a cleaner's duties.
Is he Scottish?
But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
What does that mean? Let me help you take the bird down.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
That sounds terrible.
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research.
He sounds Russian.
I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
Why?
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance.
Are you all looking to lock down? Are you going into lockdown? Are you gonna go and be locked down in some place where you think you'll be safe from the end?
They're comparatively hardy species too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Okay, so these people know something that they're not telling us about. They know more about the end times than they're letting on. They're stockpiling.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
That's okay. We'll let you get away with it because you're just so darn cute.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
That would indeed be helpful. That would be very helpful.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will, of course, follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Oh, put us in the box. Just put us in the box.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
We're just gonna get in the box without telling anyone.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down.
Will you show us?
This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Well, alrighty then. Let's do it.
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
Trial, don't be so excited about having to climb down the cliff. Good gracious. I'm sure that I'll be carrying you on my back like a sack.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you'd do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
Thanks, Arendelle. We'll see you around.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Oh, you are? I did the other one first. Well, turning back is hardly an option. Let's go. Off we go down into the mine shaft. Why don't we just climb in the box? You know, keep the thing sedated and get in there, all cozy up with the hornbill, and then sneak out before, they open it. think that's everything. Yeah. The only other thing is to go to Thavnair up there. So, yep. Oh, it's a fate. I don't know if I'm gonna get much credit for this because oh, I did. Good deal. Oh God. I gotta get the riding map. This is ridiculous. So slow. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. Brilliant deduction, Alpha Node. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Maybe. I mean, I doubt that there's anything down here that they didn't bring down here. Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Yes, tighten up your strap, Alpha Node. Make sure it's good and tight so that I don't have to carry you. Oh, hey, look, we're getting close to a level. Woohoo! Alice A seems eager to get underway. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Listen, why don't we just get a lantern? I mean, I played enough of those games. You know, did you guys never play like The Wizard of Forbaz or anything? You know, where, you know, you're in a dark passageway and there's a passage leading to the right and another leading to the left, and, you know, you drop your lantern and get eaten by a grue. I've been eaten by a grue, so I know to bring a lantern. You people are obviously too young for this. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. All right, well, I wonder if it's possible to get lost in here? I am going to take a break for just a moment and go get a drink and yeah, and I will be right back. And why not? Why not? I'm just trying to spread some happiness out here in the world by being nosy. Let's see, where are we? I wonder if we can go down here to 26. We were in that one already. We were here, right? Oh, no, we weren't here. So this is new home. Owner is Karen. Is it Karen? This is Karen's house. Please don't tell anyone how I live. Oh, I'm sorry. I play too much. I play far too much. Probably should have been doing other things. when I got that. This is Kylo Ren's sister. Maybe so. Let's see what's going on inside Karen's house. Oh, there's nothing in here. Oh, except for this. Just a big beaver burger. Poor Karen. It's no wonder she's complaining at the Costco. You know? Oh, goodness. That was wrong. That was wrong of me. I shouldn't have done that. All right. Well, we'll have to find another one to go to. Because there's nothing to see here. Move along. Shirogane. Let's take a look around here before we start breaking and entering. It's a really pretty housing district. It's beautiful. They have a beach. It's not quite as nice a beach as Mist. I mean, you can go swimming here. You can swim out. I don't know how far out you can swim. Let's find out. I haven't done this before. It's Weeaboo Mist. Oh, you can't swim very far. You get stuck right here. So that's about as far as you can go. So yeah, you can't swim out very far, but it's pretty. They've got boats. They've got a little dock here. They've got, you know, some kind of stuff going on. It's pretty. Everything's, you know, very much in the Japanese style here. It's very beautiful. Look at that. We'll have to check out that Kugane Castle. Very nice. Oh, look, they've got a little place here where you can come on the beach to hang out if you want to. Come down here and have a party with your friends. Check out that guy's Speedo. Whoa. Why is there light shining there in that spot? That's a little strange, I gotta say. Pretty hire girl. She looks like she would just love to get away from this guy. Look at her face. I can hear what's in her head. It's like, oh my God, if this guy mansplains one more thing to me, look at him, he won't stop. He just keeps talking and gesticulating and waving his arms. He's been doing this for 3 years now. Poor thing. I'll pray for you, honey. So there's a lot of housing in this game. There's a lot of material for me to continue looking at people's places. I could do this for the rest of my life and probably never see everyone's house. That's sad. That makes me sad. I want to see everyone's house. Really nice. Very well done. I love this house. I love every house I go in. Even the ones that other people might think are just kind of dumb. I appreciate the time that everybody spends to decorate their home. You know, put a little of themselves in, and to do something that makes them feel happy. And that's what it's about. And so I hope that everyone feels happy when they go looking around in people's houses. Go, do it. It's not breaking and entering if the door isn't locked. So, go into my private room, and this is my department store Santa Claus display. So you can come in here and you can wait in line, and this little Lala elf will tell you when you're allowed to go up to see Santa. And then, you can get up on the throne and you can sit down Oh, and it's a department store. So there's a little coffee shop over there, and changing rooms and clothes, and all decorated for the holidays with the holiday music playing. And let's see here. So I'm just gonna sit and whoop. Be in first person. There we go. You can come in and take your pictures with Santa. I had to float him up. I used a Riviera wall shelf to float Santa Claus up to the level to stand on this throne. But you can use G-pose. If you use G-pose, you can choose there's a frame that you can choose to make like a holiday card. Okay. All right, here we are back again. Oh boy. Well, my husband decided to do the other story arc. He's doing the one in Thavnair first, and so I wonder if there's fewer people there than there are here, and if it's less laggy. Maybe. It might be. I gotta take a pill. I like taking meds all day long, all the time. All right, off we go. Let's see what's down in the pit. I hope we can't get lost down here. I mean, I hope we don't actually end up getting lost down here. There's an awful lot of attention paid to tightening straps and all that. I see an awful lot of people running down and no one running up, so let's just check it out. I mean, this looks like a pretty straightforward route, so I assume we'll have to fight things along the way. Oh boy, I gotta fight some fungus creatures. Oh look, I get to fight somebody else's fungus creatures apparently. That's alright. We can help out. I am super powerful white mage after all. So laggy. Oh my god. I'm almost 81. Up next. Look at this guy. Fancy hair. Here, let's just take care of these all at once, guy. Don't you worry. I got you. I got you. See how easy that was? All done. Let's go. Onward and upward. Or onward and downward, actually. I'll ride my dinosaur. This guy in front of me is riding a shark. A land shark. We made it. Oh, yay. Look, it's Ishtola. Alpha Node. Everyone made it. So, to the northeast. Wait, is it inside here? Oh, Hold on, we gotta go back into the cave because I think that's where our aether current is in here. Let's see. To the northeast. I bet it's down here. Yep, there it is. Sweet. Wonder how many are in this zone. Let's check it out. Oh, we've gotten 2 so far. We have to get all of these, and the red ones are story locked. So those are ones that are either gated behind a dungeon or some part of the quest. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 more in Labyrinthos that we can just, find out randomly in the world. "440 yalms to the northwest." So it's like up here somewhere. I don't think there's a way through here. No. Bet there's one up here somewhere. To the northwest. Well, maybe not. Well, let's just go back down here. It might be outside. Down this way. Anyways, so we'll just go down there. Let's progress the story, and we will find the aether current along the way, I'm sure. All right. I'm a little worried. My cloud bot's not working. For whatever reason. Is it even in my channel? Yeah, she's in there. But why isn't she doing anything? Ugh. Alright, well, she's already a moderator of the channel. Okay, well, then why isn't she doing her job? It should all be working. Oh well. I gotta get a better bot. That's all I can say. I need a better bot. A bot that does its job. A new duck? Yes. I want a new bot. One that doesn't act dumb. One that mods my channel like a boss without me having to tell it to. That's what I want. Let's see. Alphnode says, "Everyone seems to have made it through without incident, nothing of consequence at least, and as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit." Yes, I hope that your strap isn't too tight, Alphanode. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Arundel's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. All right, let's do it. All right, so here we are. Oh, look, it's Oh, God. Are they eating these garlic knights and eggplant knights and mandragora queens? Are they eating them? They're eating them, aren't they? So up this way to the north, and we should find another aether current. I wonder if it's down here by this waterfall. Yep, it's up here. We're gonna have to fight things. Of course, everyone's gonna just like, oh no, gonna help, thanks. Let's get him. We're almost 81, almost there to the next level. All right. Ooh, look at their chocobo's cool barding. I don't know what barding that was. Sweet. One less aether current to find before we can fly. I want to jump the wall. Come on. Let me jump the wall. It's not that tall. I've jumped things like that before. What are they growing here? Pumpkin. Let's survey the issue here. Grapes, pumpkins. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Mariol Agronomics. Labyrinthos is a host to a wide variety of vegetation which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origins, let alone know how they might taste. Like Coblin. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I'm not sure if it's safe to eat that, guys. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. Don't do it. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible that they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. All right. Let's see what we can find out. The gourds we grow here are something of an agricultural wonder. We've crossbred varieties from all across the realm to create pumpkins that are sweet, sizable, and rich in nutrients. All right, let's talk to this guy over here. Jebke. I think that's how you say his name. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors, not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Listen, buddy, don't ask questions and I'll give you $1. Don't ask questions. You don't want to know. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Really, it wasn't that bad. It really wasn't that bad. I mean, I fought a few fungus creatures on the way down. It was no big deal. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling orders lists a malm long. Okay, so what is going on here? Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seed we've already thoroughly researched. Well, they want the stuff that's tried and true, I guess, for the new location. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. No, it's not. Not the most satisfying answer. I also am unsatisfied and would like to know what these sneaky, underhanded eggheads are up to. If they weren't so xenophobic, I wouldn't be so bitter. And they also seem to exploit their workers. Oh, look, it's that cat again. Ah, where is that cat from? Where is this from? Is this new? It's... Oh, God, I have to go get... How many nut... I wondered how many nut sacks I have. How many sacks do you have? Probably not 800. Oh, I only have 148 sacks of nuts. Well, I'll have to get some nut sacks, I guess. Because I want the cat. It's very cute. Do I have aught to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot of that up the slope was a job and a half. I bet it was. These Charlians are some slave drivers. I don't understand what's going on here.
All right, I have returned already. There we are. I'm looking at something to spell. I don't know what now, because I don't know.
Whoa. I clicked the text-to-speech thing. That's nuts. I need to empty the web captioner transcript so that it goes back to working properly. All right, there we go. Let's see. I don't know why my thing isn't working right. My timers, my cloud bot's not behaving properly. I'm going to disable it and then re-enable it. There we go. Let's test CloudBot. Go. I don't know. She's not working. Why? Well, those things all seem to be working. It's just not working. My timers just aren't working. Oh well. So much for bots. I'm going to have to check out other ones to see if it works. They work better. Well, those of you who are in the chat and who are in the channel, I hope that you are having a good evening. I hope you're enjoying the Endwalker quest so far. This is fun. This is a fun, good story, and it's interesting stuff. I think they did a nice job so far, and surprisingly stable. You know, there was a queue for login. When my husband got off work, I started him logging in, and by the time he got home, he had gotten logged in. It was like 900 on our server. I'm not sure what it's like on other servers. I'm sure it's worse. So even though our server is one of the busier servers, it took him maybe 30 minutes to get logged in, which isn't too bad. And we haven't gotten disconnected. We haven't gotten any weird errors. It's a bit laggy because there's just a lot of people. But all in all, things seem really stable. Square Enix did a good job so far of beefing up the servers. I'm sure that the 2 weeks of extra time that they took was worth it because the game has been surprisingly stable. And I also will say that I have had no trouble with community members griefing or acting dumb about quest NPCs or anything like that. It's been a very pleasant experience so far. Like when I was in the city and there was a quest NPC that everyone needed to access, people stood back in a circle around it instead of piling up on top of it. And that is the difference between this game and World of Warcraft. You know, it's not just the developers that are better. It's the community too tends to be a little bit kinder. Well, partly because, you know, Square Enix takes their community very seriously, and if you do grief somebody, they will take action against it. So, yeah, it's actually worked for them, and this is a very nice game to play if you want to play, you know, casually or socially. There's really no penalizing of people who aren't the elite raiders or whatever. Everyone gets treated pretty nice in this game. I'm really happy playing this game as opposed to, I mean, I played World of Warcraft for like 11 years, ran a big raid guild. I was like one of the few female guild leaders in WoW who ran raid guilds. I had like 500 people in my guild at one point. We were like second or third on our server for progress all the time, all the way up through Warlords of Draenor. And so, you know, I don't know. I don't miss it. I don't miss it. I'm more than happy here. I have so much to do and nice people to play with and developers who seem to care about their player base. Yep. Fangirling over here. Sorry. But you should come join us. You should become one of us. I'll do the chant. One of us. One of us. All right, let's talk to this harried harvester. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos was modeled, a region in the south of Ilsebard. It boasts a remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad of flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is ever contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Aminus. Oh, that's where Graha Atia is from, as we learned earlier. The forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as researchers' ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments and cultivation. I still think that these guys are up to no good. All right, so where are we going next? Oh, the other way. This way. Oh, I guess we're going here. Where all the people are. Standing around the pile of crates. And look at, see, this is what I was talking about. They're not on the crates. There's one person on the crates. But they're not like sitting on top of the crates with their mounts, which is what would be happening in World of Warcraft. You wouldn't be able to be touching these crates. You wouldn't even be able to see them. Because someone would have a big fat mammoth parked on top of them. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings accompanied by sheaves of reports. Look at those. What are those? Pretty.
Hard to look away, isn't it?
Who is this?
But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion.
It's magic. It's magic flowers.
You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect.
I wonder what these flowers are. Are they flowers or are they something else? Where did they come from?
There are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild.
Okay.
with too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable
to find its land of origin.
to further complicate matters. Every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration.
They're very pretty.
As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
Okay, well, I'm gonna think about those flowers now. Can I plant them in my yard? That's what I want to know. Where do I get the seeds? Oh, here come all my friends. They look like they've found out some information. Let's see what's going on. Have you learned aught of interest?
A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
Me either.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
No, nobody knows anything.
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly.
Like they just do what they're told. They don't even need to know why. They just do what they're told, like robots. I wonder if they're robots. If they're threatened, they feel threatened.
Isn't that the entrance to the Archaean?
Yes, indeed it is. Oh, look who it is. It's Erenvale. It's our friend. The cute bunny boy.
Look, there. I think that's Erenville.
Yes.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
All right, let's go see him.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
I wonder if it's the twins' daddy.
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice.
All right.
If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Nay. I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
Nope, nobody's gonna tell us shit if we don't poke our nose into other people's business.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
That's right. That's what I'm saying. It is the end of the world, after all.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all...
We should all what? Kryl. What's going on? What's going on with Kryl and the flowers?
Kryl?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
Something's
I'm
up with
glad
Kryl.
you agree.
Been having weird spells.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Kryl, are you okay? Oh my goodness.
can almost reach you.
She can almost connect to the flowers. What's going on here? I guess we'll find out. Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. All right. To those of you who are in the channel, in chat, I hope that you're doing well. I hope you're enjoying the quest so far, and I hope you're having a good night. Feel free to say hi, or feel free to lurk. Either way is fine. Yeah, we're just gonna keep questing for a while. Having fun. Almost to 81. Almost to 81. It's actually going really quickly. I'm surprised. But we're not rushing through things. We are just taking the slow boat. Me and my chocobo and my dodo. We're going slow. We're reading everything. We're talking to people. We're not we're doing this low stress because we're not in any huge hurry. The full report, warts and all. Alice is not about to let Erenville out of her sight. Erenville is heading westward along the path outside the Archeon. Come on, we can still catch him. All right, let's go get him. Let's see. Where are we going? Well, we're going down there, so I'm just gonna jump off the edge. Why not? Oh boy, it's giant wasps. Those are always fun. Oh, toads. Oh boy. Are those luncheon toads? Yep, luncheon toads. I had a feeling. Oh hey, look, someone's mining. There's ore in the hills here. Look at this. Look at this. That's cute. It's a fairy ring, but those are giant mushrooms. Oh, wait. This is it. Is that there? Is that where we're going? Right there, yes. Okay. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. Okay, yeah, it looks like there's like stuff coming up out of there. It should have its own lifts with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. No, I suspect we're going to have to be sneaky. Have to be sneaky. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected, yes, of course. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Oh no. She's gonna turn us into toads. She turned me into a newt. Goodness. I got better. We're toads. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. It will wear off with the passage of time. How much time, Ishtola? I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erinville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Oh, poor Kryl. She's having a hard day. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabouts? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. Oh, well, thanks for making me a defenseless toad. Why couldn't you turn me into one of those giant toads? They look like they're pretty dangerous. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with Ishtola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Alright, well, she better be close enough. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Oh god. Now I have to carry his butt even as a toad. You can leave your quest companions behind by entering into a different area, blah blah blah, all this stuff. It looks like the transfiguration lasts 30 minutes, so hopefully that's enough time. So we're gonna go up this way. Let's hop on down the road. And let's beware. I'm a toad. Alright then. Alfie Toad and Alley Toad. Oh, look. We're gonna have to go near these big toads. Let's see, where are we? We're going this... Let's go this way. And hope for the best. Hope that we don't get eaten. And have to go get re-transfigured. Ooh. I gained experience for discovering a new area. Oh, I'm so close to leveling. Alright. Who is that? Oh. That's another player. We'll discuss this round. Ribbit? Ribbit? Ribbit, ribbit. Alfie Toad attempts and fails to shake his head, but you nevertheless understand that he is telling you this is the wrong way. What? Ribbit, 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 ribbit. Alley Toad turns to face the north. Perhaps she is suggesting you cross the bridge. Okay, well, that's where I was going. I'm going across the bridge. That's what was my plan, but, you know, there was a circle there, so I thought I would stop. Oh, gosh. This looks dangerous. I don't want to get eaten by one of these giant buffalo creatures. We have to go up this way, I think. Hopping up the hill with Alfie Toad in tow. What on earth is that? What is that? Is that part of the tree? No. What is that? Look. Holder. That's a level 90. That's like one of them. That's either an S rank or an A rank. Ooh. I don't think anybody's high enough level to kill it yet. We better avoid that. That could be very dangerous. Oh look, here's a bunch of toads hanging out. We're actually not toads, we're tree frogs. Those are tree frogs, clearly.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work.
Who is this tool?
So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Huh. Poor Arendelle. I think that they've got him under the thumb screws.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands.
Speak up for the workers.
We are
Do
not
it.
familiars to be exploited. We are Charlean scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
That's what I want to know.
In an age long past, Charlean was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
Ooh, we're gonna get the story now.
I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
Yes, really. You know, people can't work if they're dead. That's all I can say. If they've worked themselves to death, then what will you do? You know? People are plentiful. I know. It's like we're like livestock. We're like livestock. They don't care. Don't even want to give us health care or dental care. Don't care if we suffer. That's just wrong.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the forum.
Sure, go talk to your other rich friends about the plight. We'll consider throwing you a crumb. It's okay, Arendelle. We've got your back. Don't worry. We might be frogs right now, but we're not always going to be frogs. Oh, he knows.
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full.
He's very astute. I like this guy.
While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Well, we'll see. They may need some coercion to do the right thing. We'll see.
Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Exactly the case. We want to know what's going on. That's what we're here for.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
We're going to have to tell Ishtola that she needs to practice more. Her transfiguration. Maybe we need to send her back to Hogwarts. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet, he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. He's a very astute gentleman. Very astute gentleman. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorzea's request for aid. Oh, yay, look, 81. Yeah! Yeah, buddy. 1 down, 9 to go. Alice is staring off into the direction of Erenville, departed, a thoughtful look on her face. Don't fall for the bunny, boy. Don't do it, Alice. You're too young. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment to all of its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Ishtola and Kryl for the moment, see what they think of this. I agree with you, Allie Toad. Let's go. I think I'm going to call Alpha Node Alpha Toad from now on. I want to say hello to you if you are in the channel, and feel free to say hi or feel free to lurk. Either is fine. I hope that you're enjoying the story so far. This has been a lot of fun. Yeah, we're gonna keep questing probably until I'm too tired to quest, and then I'll pass out and get up in the morning and do it again. But enjoying the story and the pleasant community, and the fact that Square Enix actually did a good job, and the servers are very stable and everything is going really well. Last night, I was in someone's stream. I can't remember whose it was, but I said something about, I have early access today, and they were like, oh, if you think you're gonna play in the first 72 hours, you're dreaming. And I was just thinking to myself, no, I'm pretty sure that Square Enix has got their stuff together, and they do. It's been really good so far. Oh no, I'm being chased by a toad. See, that's what she should have made us look like, an actual toad. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then? Yes, ma'am. Yes. Interesting. I had a feeling that you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryl, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. You let her wander off alone. Ishtola, come on. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was so entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decided to wander. Yeah. She's probably not okay. We have to go save her now. Let's do it. I have to say hi to my friend. Let's see, where are we going? Oh, hey, it's someone from Turks. I've been in their house. I went in their free company house. See, we're going over here. Woo. Oh, there's all kinds of quests down here. Oh boy. Oh, and look. That, I think, is either a dungeon or an Aether Current quest. Maybe both. It's an Aether Current quest. The distracted archivist seems troubled. Oh, dearie me. My sweetest Shaggles, or one of the Archeon's precious samples, has fled. Her sweetest Shaggles has fled. You have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? My apologies. I'm Noelle Hitia, an archivist. The Archeon is home to various samples collected from all across the star, and one such specimen has just escaped. A young troll, to be specific. Oh, I hope he hasn't been set upon by the local predators. Listen, I promise to compensate you, so could you please help me retrieve the specimen? My thanks. I will continue my search of the area. I would like you to check the 33rd facet. Okay, once you have had a comprehensive look about, please meet me at the Archeon to report your findings. Will do. I have to tell my friend to come visit the stream. All right. Maybe Fate will join the channel. That would be cool. It's not mud. If it's not mud, what is it? Clay is still mud. Trust me, I live in Georgia. I know this. And then yet seeks a brave soul for a dangerous task. Of course, they seek someone for a dangerous task. If I'm not mistaken, you have the steely eyes of an adventurer, one who looks death in the eye and does not flinch. It just so happens that I require a sample of rare earth, but it can only be found in a location rife with vicious plants and God's knows what else. I would give you a hefty sack of coin if you could retrieve it for me. How hefty? How hefty is this sack? That's what I want to know. If you are willing, pray make your way to Troglophil's Deep and gather for me 3 samples of brown mud. The darker the better, I say. I suggest sharpening your weapons beforehand, but I won't tell you how to do your job. Good, don't tell me how to do my job, because listen, lady, you have no clue how this works at all. I'm a white mage. I don't poke things with my stick. You know, my stick could be as dull as, you know, a very dull thing, yes. As dull as a very dull thing, and it doesn't matter because I wave my hands and say words, and that's how I do my thing. Nothing to do with my stick being sharp. But, you know, sure, we'll do your little task. Let's see here. Parboloi. Not much room for error. There's not much room for error here. Parboloi is in search of someone skilled with a weapon. Well, refer to the last conversation. Madam, I say, madam, I seem to be in a bit of a bind, and I was wondering if you might lend your aid to remedy the plight of a struggling student. Sure. Oh, of course, introductions. I am Parboloi from the Studium, where my research involves the finer points of bacteria and fungi. I am here to harvest mushrooms from the labyrinthos for my experiments, but I'm afraid I may be in over my head. You see, the mushrooms are located in the 33rd facet, but that shaft is positively swarming with things I can scarce stand to look at, let alone face in combat. Why did they send students down here who don't know how to do anything with weapons or magic? This just seems like such a bad idea. It isn't uncommon for members of the studium to request help from the more martially inclined, and so here I am before you. Will you procure the mushrooms for me? I would be forever in your debt. Does that mean that you'll pay me a stipend for the rest of my life? Is that what that means? Because if so, then sure. I'll take care of your problem. Oh, thank you, good madam. Well, then the sample number for my plot is 316. The mushrooms stand out among the others with red caps and a distinctive triangle shape. Just in case, however, I do have this illustration. I understand all too well the impulse to become lost gazing at the fungi. Perhaps this will help to keep you on track. If you find the sheer variety of mushrooms to be overwhelming, then simply consult the picture and it should put you back on track. If I get overwhelmed by the sheer number of mushrooms, how many mushrooms can there possibly be? How's the Thavnarian quest area? Are there very many people there? I'm just wondering how many people like went there or stayed here. I wonder if it's pretty equal. Yes, I did. No, Nanners didn't eat them. Sorry, talking with my husband. In fact, I actually even have an emote for my channel. That is my husband. So when I'm talking to my husband, if you are a subscriber, then you'll have that emote. Well, I think that's a tier 2 emote at the moment. All right, let's see. Where are we? Okay, so that's It's Not Mud. I'm just wondering where Kryl is. I hope that they're going to look for her because we should be doing that. A guide of sorts. Okay, so that's, well, it's all around here. So we might as well pick up these quests and then we'll go look for Kryl too while we're out and about. A ripe trade. Ruba Epokan has work for a swift pair of legs. Oh, well, I guess that's me. It's always me. Swift pair of legs, a strong pair of arms, a sharp pair of eyes, a good pointy stick, you know, all the things that these people seem to need that they don't have of their own. Greetings, you seem eager to give me a small portion of your time up in the name of progress. All I require is help with a simple delivery, and rest assured you will receive just recompense. Sure, I believe it. I've been expecting someone from the dairy farm to come pick up this batch of fruit, but I have seen neither hide nor hair of them. I'd deliver it myself, but my duties have prevented me from stepping even an ilm from these crates. The fruit is liable to rot if not stored properly, so if it's not too much trouble, please make haste to Mitato and deliver them to my colleague there. All right, delivering fruit. Delivering nearly rotting fruit. That sounds about par for the course. Let's see what Jean Quinet wants. Jean Quinet requires a sturdy back. Oh, I didn't think of that one. So we'll add that to the list. Swift legs, strong arms, sturdy back, pointy sticks, sharp eyes. Yeah. Might you have some time to spare for an old researcher, lass? Physical labor doesn't come to me as easily as it once did, and I'm in search of someone a bit more spry to assist me. Well, I'm not sure if I'm more spry, but, you know, we'll give it a go. Task is a simple one, rest assured. You need only plant these experimental seeds in the nearby fields. You would be compensated for your troubles, of course. No special skills are required of you. If you planted one seed, you've planted most of them. Well, then, I look forward to seeing what you can do. Alright, I guess I'm a seed planter now, too. Off we go. Have we got all of the quests here? Yes. Alright, so let's go down here. Let's see what's going on with these people. Oh, this is the seeds. Okay. Plant these experimental seeds. I hope that they don't grow into like sentient fungus or, you know, trees that walk around on two legs that they then try to eat or something. Goblins for dinner. Outlandish idea. All right. Seeds have been planted. Well, that was easy enough. You're going to give me XP and money for that? Okay. Music here is funny. Slightly flushed, are you? Good. I take it that means you've planted the seeds. You have many thanks. And if all goes to plan, the realms as well. You see, my research involves the production of nutrient-rich plants that can be harvested in greater numbers than any we've seen thus far. However, even the most extraordinary crop is useless if they cannot be planted and raised by the common woman. What? By who? Do you not know who you're talking to? I am no common woman, sir. Thank you very much. I am the warrior of light, and you will address me accordingly. The balls of this guy. However, even the most extraordinary crop is useless. Yeah. You've already read that. I'm not reading that BS again. I've long made ease of use a priority when I develop new seeds, asking everyone from experienced researchers to eager children to plant them in the earth and then comparing the results. But of course, I'm sure you've had more than enough long-winded explanations over your journeys to last a lifetime. Take this reward for your contribution and take satisfaction in a job well done. Why do I feel like smacking this guy? Is it just me? Horse chestnut necklace coffer. 515, don't need. We'll save for another class someday. All right, where are we? We're here. So somewhere in here we need to find Kryl. I haven't seen her yet. Let's look for her in the orange circle area. Maybe she's over here. Look at the stray tomato running away on legs. Better run. They're gonna eat you for supper. I don't see her anywhere. I wonder if she's up here. Is this a place? No, can't go in. I don't think she's up here. Are we outside of the circle? No, we're not. Well, just right around. Nope, she's not up here. Where on earth is she? She's small and this is a big zone. Oh, almost made it all the way across. Someone's got a Talos mount. It's the flowers up here that she was all engrossed with. I don't see her. Where is she? This is all Ishtola's fault for leaving her alone. She's clearly messed up in the head. I am very worried now. Wait, we've gone outside of the circle. Alright, so she's down here somewhere. I don't know. I am very confused. Maybe if we do the other quests, we'll find her along the way. I don't know. Can't go down that way. Alright, well, back this way we go. Let's see if there's any ether currents nearby. 236 yalms to the west. That's probably down there. That's probably down there somewhere. I bet it's down there somewhere. I can't see it at the moment, but I'm sure it's over there. Alright. Well. We'll go this way. No sign of trial anywhere. Alright, well, I think we have to go down this way to get to it. No, maybe we'll find her on our way back, or maybe something else will happen. Hopefully she doesn't get eaten by something. It's almost like having Karu around. Oh God, look at those. What is it? It's like a leaf pile with a mouth. A leaf pile that'll eat you. Okay, so we want to go into the thing here. Back in the cave. Back in the cave we go. Oh, here's a mushroom. Let's see. Let's look at the picture of the mushrooms. Mysterious supplies. Oh, here it is. Illustration of sample 316. Okay, so that's the one we want. We want one that looks like that. So this is not what we want. What is this? We'll just survey this destination because it's a destination to survey. You see no trolls, great or small, perhaps a bit further in. Okay, well, we're looking for the troll too, that's right. Apparently he's in this cave, along with the mushrooms. Okay, so we're looking for red mushrooms. That kind of looks like it. Let's look at the picture again just to make sure that it's the right color and the right, like the stem and cap are the same. It does look like it. Okay. Well, hopefully it won't poison us. Not the same. I wonder if it has to be growing in a cluster. More than one. Alright, so up we go. Those look too short. Those don't look right either. No. Not the right mushrooms. I think there was another one down here. Yeah, there's one down here. So let's see. That looks like it. There they are. Those are the mushrooms we were looking for. These mushrooms match the illustration in your hands. Your long search is over. Great. So let's now go check this thing to find the troll. I saw a thingy up here. Alright. Maybe we'll find the lost troll and be able to convince him to not mash us into a pulp. Unlikely. The errant troll is nowhere to be seen. Noel Tia may have had better luck. Alright, well, we came and looked and we did not find the troll. So back we go. We have not found Kryl either, which is worrying, so. Hopefully Ishtola has had better luck. I like this map. Cool. Jack-o'-lanterns on the ground. All right. Let's see. Oh, there's still that one to do, but we have to go. Where do we have to go to do that? I think up this way. It's a Geronimos. A pile of leaves with a face. That's a bit spooky. I wonder if there's any buildings here that we can go inside, and if Kryl might be in one of them, taking a nap like she's supposed to be. Probably not. I don't think any of these buildings are open. They all say no entry. We've seen a small Lalafell in a cute little yellow outfit with ears. Well, I can see by the dirt on your boots that you did some manner of digging. Were you able to find my sample? Here's your dirt, man. Ah, yes, these match my... Oh, this isn't the dirt guy. This is the mushroom guy. Thank the 12 that the brave of heart still walk this realm. Yes. The brave of heart who can identify mushrooms. You have an interest in fungi yourself. These were developed from the spores of the elf stool, which can only be found in the Aurum Vale. Oh, yes, I've been there. I've seen the elf stool. In fact, I've murdered elf stools. A rare mushroom, but they are superior in every way. For one, they are much less inclined to kill you, a vast improvement by any measure of the word. Yes, I would say so. That's true. Of course, I've had my failures, but the less said about those the better. What matters is now that in the revolution sample 316 is sure to herald. Okay, you bring on your mushroom revolution, my friend. Viva la revolucion. All right, so the only thing left is that over there. He's up here, and to find Ryle. Where is she? Lalafel's always getting in trouble. I think we want to go up this way, maybe, to do this other quest. Oh wait, there she is. There's Kryl. Entranced by the flowers. Don't do it, Kryl. What are you doing?
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Oh. Well, I don't know.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Uh-oh. She. Heidelin's been talking to her. That's what the headaches are.
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Oh, yes. Let's talk with our primal.
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance.
Answers playing.
Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That blue will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction.
I don't know. I don't know. My faith has been shaken. My faith in Heidelin has been shaken a little bit by the most recent events. But what can you do?
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
I mean, it sounds like good advice.
Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That sounds a bit sinister, actually. I put it into my special pocket, in which I carry everything, including giant logs and baskets of mushrooms.
All too brief. Already she seems so... My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was, once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go.
Yes. Yes, it did. Okay.
Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
Well, maybe Kryl will stop acting weird now.
You can't be serious! We've done nothing wrong!
Uh-oh. What's going on? Uh-oh. We should run right into danger. Oh gosh, not these guys. Oh, it's their daddy. Oh, sheesh. Here we go.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization.
That's correct. That is what we are. We are her assistants. Now back off.
We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian.
Did our bunny friend turn us in?
A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine behavior? We've just been helping your people do their jobs, okay? You know, carrying boxes of iron ore and, you know, finding lost trolls and stuffing marmots in sacks. Master Fortuno.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
Unless the Forum is up to no good.
'Tis not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands
they really think
the
an awful lot
utmost
of themselves,
discretion.
don't they?
And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
We are not disruptive. We are helping these people. We are helping them with tasks that you have wanted them to do, but did not give them enough resources to do themselves. Don't lose
What
it.
then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city.
Oh, these people.
As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
What absent companion? What are you talking about?
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the
he
library.
got into the restricted section of the library at Hogwarts. Good for him.
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Yes, I agree. Let's go talk to these eggheads.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse.
Oh, you just stuff it, mister.
But enough.
I don't like their dad.
This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Well, I guess we're gonna have to figure out how to heal the rift between the twins and their daddy, just so that we can save the world again. Poor Graha.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together.
That's a good point. It's always better together.
I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
It goes in here. You guys shouldn't talk about this right now. Oh, good.
The forum will come to order.
These people don't know who they're dealing with. We're gonna be fine. Don't worry, y'all. It'll be fine. Promises.
This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Yeah, really. Really. Daddy Warbucks.
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work.
That's incorrect. We were not interfering with your work. We simply came here to do some research to see what we could do to help our people, since you would not do it for us.
They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
She's so cute. Look at her.
These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret.
Warmongers.
What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students.
Look at her.
Galuf would be
like
ashamed.
A warmonger. No, he would not.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
You know it's true too, lady. She's right.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Apparently so, Ishtola.
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
Okay, what did you notice? Which one is under the control of a primal?
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge.
That is a difference. There is a difference.
The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene.
For real. You've been abusing your workers.
But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
Yep.
You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
I knew it. Someone's been tempered.
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguidance.
No, it's not misguided zeal. When they come to your door and drag you out on the street. and, you know,
Master Fortuner,
try to shoot you. Then you'll start fighting.
I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Oh, is Alphino finally going to grow up?
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Who's this old coot?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
Can you blame them?
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same.
Nope, we just came here to look for information and carry stuff for your people and whatever. With our strong backs and swift legs and sharp eyes and sturdy arms or whatever, you know. That's all we've been doing.
Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given?
That's right.
No. If we're to...
Finally, someone with some common sense.
Order. Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures.
He's going to be completely
unreasonable. Until further
unreasonable.
notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlayan.
Oh, come on.
You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
I say we go talk to the old guy. I don't know. I don't know that they're going to win this vote.
I count 51 for and 48 against.
Oh,
the proposal is passed.
God,
Students,
politics, I hate
Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences.
Don't you worry, we'll make trouble. You accused us of making trouble when we weren't making trouble, and so now we'll have to make some trouble. That's the way we work.
Honored members, I thank you for
We
your
weren't
time.
bothering anybody.
This inquiry is concluded.
Hmm. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the form discovered in the ethereal sea. All right. With our freedoms so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charland. For now. What did we do? Everything? Well, there's still some quests there that we can do. The hunt for the specimens. There's quests. I think that's one that I have to do. Alice has a look of dissatisfaction. Yes. Your dad is a jerk, Alice. I'm sorry. The overall picture has grown clearer, but that's in spite of the form being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Because they're up to something. Or somebody's up to something. Survival, come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family. Well, sometimes the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the one, but then there's the opposite as well. We learned this from Star Trek. Who is this? When I heard you'd been dragged before the forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Oh, see, they don't just have a dad. They have a mommy. Thank God. Amaliance Levieur at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Oh, apparently she does not share her husband's sentiments because she is a sensible woman. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuneau are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. She's a good mama. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. Oh. We get to go to House Levieur. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss the matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the Annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure. Katniss, what do you think? I think that you should go visit your mommy. And you should go sleep in your bed with all of your childhood toys and keepsakes from your first boyfriend at private school. Katniss, the Katniss Evergreens. That's right, that's me. What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. Oh, I get to go have a sleepover party at the rich people's house. But we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Katniss, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. Yes, ma'am. We'll take your children to their home, where they belong. And then she was gone, and with her, any opportunity to protest. That's right. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. All right, well, here we go. I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. Don't worry, guys. Mommy will make everything okay. What say you, Katniss? Though it seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us on our visit home? Yes, of course. Of course. Let's do it. Fine, if we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Oh, come on. That's what I do for a living. I look in people's rooms. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? I was right. Cherished mementos you couldn't bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. Yes. Yes. That's fine. That's good and healthy. I mean, never mind. Levier Estate is this way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Alphanode and Alice are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. Okay, yep, we know this. Let's go. Here we go. Down the stairs. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or a servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Yes, you're quite brave for young children, for twin children. Disgusted you from the bridge. Let's see. As children, Alpha and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meeting ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arriving at that exact moment, came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. Huh. Because he thought you were going to fall into the river. Maybe you should just go and wait there for your daddy to show up, coming home from work. What's going on over here? They're bunny boys. Wait, one's a cat boy and one's a bunny boy. Oh, so cute. All right. Let's go talk to the mama. And here you are at last. Please do come in. All right, we will. We shall. Let us go. Let us parley no longer. All the servants are happy to see the twins.
Welcome home, my lady.
Pretty. Very fancy. I couldn't even imagine growing up in a place like that.
What? What are you gawping at?
Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed.
I'll have you know I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
Yes, give them their gifts. Hopefully they got some new
As
shoes.
you wish, my lady.
The ones they have are pitiful. And if one of you dares speak a word of this to my husband, you shall suffer my wrath.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
Okay, fine. Don't let me see your bedroom with all your toys. Leave me with your mother so I can have a private chat with her.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am
Whoops.
Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
Me? Well, I am the warrior of light after all.
They care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
I get to tell her stories. I can tell her about the time that Alphino did that bad thing. That time that Alice, got herself in trouble and had to be rescued by everybody. There's a long list of things like that. Oh, here they come.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect.
New shoes. Ah, yes. See, those look much better.
Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
Yes, that's very nice outfit.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Yeah, you can't dress them the same anymore because they're growing up.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
I knew they were going to get new outfits. Oh, his is blue. Looks good. Oh,
Thank you for
okay.
the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final
A
touch.
hug from Mama.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Did they bring new weapons? It's a new book. I bet it's a new book. Oh, look, he's a sage now. He's a sage now. That's cool.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field.
Their dad knows about what they're up to. He's afraid. I think that the whole reason that he's behaving the way that he is because he's afraid that his children will get hurt, and he's trying to, in the only way he knows, to convince them to not do it and just come home and just behave or whatever.
He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
Indeed. Indeed, don't waste the resources. I like their mother. She's gonna give them hugs now. I bet. Look at that, a new soul stone.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
I don't know, lady. I've been in dungeons where your son was healing, and he's not that good at it.
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well.
Maybe he'll be better at Sage
And
than he was at
please,
Scholar.
Try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
That's good advice.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion.
How about some money too, lady? Just give us some money as well. You obviously have plenty.
Firstly, Fortuneau has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Ah, yes. The old strategy. Just, do your thing and ask for forgiveness later.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Don't worry. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them. I always do. I only look like a silly person in my Christmas outfit. All right. Well, that was a nice visit with Mama. Let's go see what's happening out here. It's snowing again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. It's okay. It was no big deal. Don't worry. Our visit was all too brief for now, however it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality, let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Yes, let us. Let us be off. So where are we going? We are going there. I don't know that I've gotten that aetheryte. Let's see. Oh, I do. Okay. There we go. Let's do it. They really improved the map for the aetherytes. That's good. Makes it much easier to figure out where you're going. Oh, here we go. This is the equivalent of the rising stones, I guess. Here. Enjoyed your time with the Leviers, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. Yes, once we save the world, everyone will be fine with everything that we have to do. It might be a little, there might be a little strife and, some discord in the middle there. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret of the Forum that the Forum strives to hide. And the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us along going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. All right. So there's a couple quests that we need to do before we leave here. But yeah, so we've finished the MSQ in this area. That's the end of the MSQ in this area. So now we'll go do these couple quests, at least the one for the aetheryte. The aether current. Down this way. Oh, so many people. Let's see, where is that? It is, okay, we can just run down this way. It's right down here. I think it's down. Oh yeah, there we go. The diminutive gleaner is on the lookout for an able-bodied adventurer. Oh yeah, I forgot about that part, the able-bodied. That goes on the long list of things that have to do with my body. Strong arms, sturdy back, sharp eyes, smart brain, and able body. Do my eyes deceive me, or are you Katniss Evergreens? Why, yes I am. That's me. Champion of Eorzea. Well, as I live and breathe, it is you. Ha! I knew I'd be the first to track you down. I'm sorry, but you're actually the last to track me down, but I won't tell you that, because you're a very cute little Lala guy. Who's the guild ship's top hunter now, eh? Wait, you have heard of guild ship hunts, yes? They are not so different from the hunts you're familiar with in Eorzea, as I understand it. I'd wager they're rather more challenging, but an adventurer of your caliber would never turn down a challenge, would you? Well, I mean, maybe. Maybe I would, if I was busy with many other things. No, you would not. Pray, speak with Northoda at the Peristyle to register your interest in at your earliest convenience. Okay. Okay, well, we'll do that. Let's see. We'll go down here. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to do all of those. We're just going to go do that one. Oh, look at her. It's a big row, Mama. I like your hair, lady. I am Northoda. Have you come to place a bounty on an unruly beast? Don't talk about my husband that way. By the scholar, you're Katniss. I was half convinced I'd set the others an impossible task asking them to find you. The Gleaners Guildship has begun posting hunt bills, you see, in the hopes that capable individuals will take up arms to lighten our ever-increasing load. Unfortunately, capable individuals remain the sticking point. Few hailing from our fair polis are willing to take up arms, let alone to stand against the more fearsome specimens. You, however, have the experience and the grit that we need. When I heard that you had arrived on our shores, it was music to my ears. You needn't work for free, of course. We've done our research, and the rewards we offer are as fine as any you'll find abroad. The currency we employ is a relic of times when Gleaner was a great deal less figurative, so you may find it somewhat eccentric, but it's as good as Gil here. Speaking of eccentric, it should be noted that the majority of our clients are scholars. You probably won't have heard of half the creatures they send you after, but I find it best not to worry about that overmuch. Well, I've heard of a lot of creatures. You would be surprised. Oh, look, this cat girl has the same hair. Slay beasts, collect samples, try not to think about the long-term effects of touching said samples. Oh, God. And get paid. Simple, no? I guess that's kind of simple. That being said, I wouldn't dream of throwing you in the deep end just yet. Let's have you start off with some junior marks so you can get your feet wet. Alrighty then. Guildship hunts are now accessible. Now permitted to take bills for junior marks from the Guildship hunt boards in Old Charlene at Radzaheim. Okay. Defeat the monsters described on the bills and you will be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. To exchange tokens for exclusive items, speak with either Lakshai in Old Charlene or with Wilmetta at Radzaheim. Alright. New quests will be available at 83. Alright. Very good. Oh, look, it's someone's Great Serpent of Ronka. It's the minor one. Oh, he's running away. Don't leave. Oh. I love the Great Serpent of Ronka. So cute. We should all hail his greatness. All right. Well, we'll worry about that later. Let us be off. I don't mind leaving a couple quests here. That's fine. I'll catch them tomorrow, probably. Let's go to Radzaheim. We've been here too long. Time to go to Thavnair. Whoa, check out that machinist. She's gonna get shot in a sensitive place. Should we do these quests? Should I do the last quests here? I might as well do them. Might as well do them. Let's just do them. We'll just do them. It's so laggy in this town. I just want to get out of the lag. There's nothing sinister about this. Nothing at all. Right, so we're going up here. And then we're going to turn left. Wait, this is where we just were. There they are. Okay. It's Baldswis. I seem to have caught Baldswith's interest. Oh, okay. Hello, friend. Are you new to Charlene? You have that look about you. What look? Like I have common sense? I thought as much. Oh, I'm not bothering you, am I? I so rarely meet travelers from beyond our shores, and I couldn't pass up an opportunity to broaden my horizons. Can I assume a visitor such as yourself is eager to do the same? If you've an interest in learning about the city's history, for example, then I know the perfect person to give you the impromptu lesson. All right. Head over to Scholar's Harbor and keep an eye out for a black-haired Rogadin. That would be my brother. He'll know the tale of any pillar and statue you care to point out, and would be more than happy to share it with you. If this is a city tour, I'm going to do it later because it's just, there's far too many people here. It's super laggy, and it's really annoying. Well, let's see what this... There's a lot of Rogadin ladies here. Look at her. Wow. She makes me want to get some Fantasia. Toffwib seems excited to meet a real-life adventurer. She looks like she wants to be an adventurer herself. Are you one of those adventuring types I've heard so much about? Oh, but this is perfect. I just happen to have an errand of the kind that adventurers love, or so I'm told. I'm holding on to some volumes my customers ordered in, but instead of coming to pick them up, they've all decided that they want their goods delivered. So, I find myself in need of a delivery drudge. Of course. Here I am. Give me your books. I'll take them to whoever you need them taken to, lady. Just because you're cute. Might that person be you? Huzzah! Let me give you the details, then. All in all, there are 3 books on the delivery docket. The first, Ishgardian Astrology, A Comprehensive Theory, should be handed to the servant at Albright Manor. The white yonder is for a certain talkative book lover who you'll know by the constant stream of chatter, and the last, Narrow Road Through Deep Grass, goes to one of the toughest... Okay, wait. Ishgardian Astrology goes to a servant at Albright Manor. Maybe I should just, take a little note. Take a note. With my phone. Note taken. Oh goodness, my sister's been sending me messages. What's going on? Whatever happened? What is going on with my sister? Oh, stop. Tell him. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry I didn't see this. My sister has sent me messages I need to take care of. Oh, she doesn't want my mother to text her all day long because she's not feeling well. And I understand because I don't want my mother to text me all day long either. I don't know how to stop my mom from texting whoever she wants to all day long. Oh. Dysfunctional families are so much fun, aren't they? Oh, goodness. All right. So, comprehensive theology, white yonder, goes to the talkative person, and narrow road goes to the toughest, most unflappable gleaners I have ever met. All right. I'll just mark their locations on this handy map, like so. The books are bought and paid for. No need to collect any coin, but do return to me for your own reward. All right. Let's see. We'll go take these books to people. I guess we'll get all the other aetherites that we haven't gotten yet. If we haven't gotten... Well, let's go this way. Okay, so we have that one already. Let's go give this book to this person. I guess we can Pick up, look, it's a mischievous Miss Mikote child. Oh my gosh, look how cute. Good gracious, adorable. The mischievous Mikote looks at you expectantly. If I ask you for help, you'll help me, won't you? Oh God, how can I say no? Sure, I'll help you, cute little girl. Oh no, don't cry. What's wrong? Good, because I'm having a problem with a runaway doll. Oh my goodness, if your doll ran away, I'm afraid it's not actually a doll, sweetheart. It might actually be a living being. It ran away? That's right, all I did was lend him a little aether and he hopped up and dashed off down the street. Mama and Papa brought him for me as a special gift. Now I've gone and lost him. Oh dear. Oh dear. They'll be furious with me for losing the toy I kept asking for, so please, you have to help me find him. All right, well, I'll help you. I'll help you find him. Okay, hurry home. I'll hurry home to see if he went there. Okay, you do that. And you can search the rest of the city. Oh, he's a yellow carbuncle doll, by the way, and I think he was headed north. Anyway, meet me back here when you have him, or, you know, you just give up. All right, lady, look, if I see this carbuncle doll running around, I will grab it and bring it back to you. Just because you're cute. Just because you're cute. I end up doing things for people just because they're cute. I'm a sucker. Have we attuned this one yet? Nope, not yet. I love the music. I love the music in this town. It's so pretty. Oh, here's the Albright Manor servant. It's this book. Oh, I don't even need to know. They can't be handed over unless it's the right one. Not that I'm in any position to question his lordship's reading habits, of course. Ahem, on your way then. All right, thank you. Thank you for taking your book. I must be getting tired because I clicked through her dialogue. That's wrong. All right, where are we going to next? That's where the doll is. We'll go down here. Let's see, have we gotten that aetherite? Let's find out. The Scholar's Harbor. Oh yes, we do. Oh good. So we don't have to run around in the lag. How goes it over there? How do it go? Is it cool? Is Radzat Han cool? I'm almost ready to go there. I'm doing the last couple quests in town here. Let's see. So we're gonna go up here first and then down there, I guess. Oh no, I don't know if I want to do that. Wait, there's another quest down there now. Oh jeez. Am I ever gonna get out of this town? The Unflappable Gleaner. Something I can help you with? Yes, I have a book for you. Here you go, sir. Enjoy your reading. Ah, is that my book? Good, I need it for my journey. I usually don't have a great deal of time for reading, but as I'm leaving for Othard on a requisition duty, I wanted to do some research on Far Eastern cultures. I know little of the peoples of the Azim Steppe. Well, let me tell you about the Azim Steppe. Beware of the giant mammoth. It says here that there are 51 distinct Zala tribes, each with their own customs and traditions. The Baduga, for example, are exclusively male and are known for kidnapping male outsiders to replenish lost numbers. Oh, goodness. Is this accurate? I'll need to tread carefully, it seems. Thank you for the timely delivery. Be careful. Be careful, my friend. All right. Let's see. The next book delivery is where? Over here. We have... Yeah, we have that one. I don't know if we have the Studium. I think that one's closer anyways. So let's just go there. Oh, it's so pretty when the sun is out and it's not snowing. Oh. We may need to go take a screenshot. I wonder if we can go up on that thing. I wonder how far out you can go on this crazy statue thing. Oh, I wish I could climb up on top of it. I have the feeling that you can't. I wonder if you can go through this door, though. Is this a door? No. Oh, you can't go out there. Oh, can't go out there. I want a picture with the fancy statue lady. Oh well. Off we go to the Baldesian place. Oh my gosh, I can barely move in this town. It's crazy. I love the way they've updated this map so you can see where your quests are and where the things are. That's so much better. So much better. Is this where we need to go? No. We need to go outside. Up this way. It's Giorgio. All right, let's see. Here we go. There he is, the babbling book lover. These people in this town are all babbling book lovers, it seems. Please tell me you've brought my new book. I've been waiting for what feels like ages for the latest shipment to arrive. Yeah, buddy. I got your book right here. Got your book right here. Yes, finally. Did you know The White Yonder was written by a lad of 14 years? I myself questioned how reliable such a work could possibly be, but a Far Eastern colleague with whom I've been exchanging correspondence says he absolutely swears by it. It describes the wonders of the Abelathian Sea of Clouds in exquisite detail, and is by all accounts a roaring good read. The bit about the fighting paisas is said to be an especially entertaining episode. Well, they are kind of weird. They got these little spindly arms and they kind of punch at you with them while they hop around, and they're kind of egg-shaped. They are funny creatures, it's true. Well, I should let you return to your deliveries and whatnot. Thank you kindly for putting this long-awaited treat into my ever-so-grateful hands. You're welcome. Now, hopefully they give me some money. All right. That quest has been completed. Why do these quests keep popping up? Why do quests keep popping up? I'm feeling impatient now. I want to go to the next zone. Where is this quest? Oh, it's down this way. Oh, there it is. A waiting woman. The waiting woman sighs with impatience. See, I'm impatient too. I was just saying that. Sigh, how long must I wait? Oh, forgive me. I was just thinking out loud. I made plans to meet my paramour, you see, but the time of our rendezvous is long past. As a member of the Forum, his work keeps him ever so busy, even more so than usual in recent days, Still, he promised he would put some time aside for me, for us. I don't suppose your wanderings will take you anywhere near Njunkref's site today, will they? I need someone to check if he's there while I stay here, just in case. Oh gosh. These love triangle things are always so complicated. Thank you ever so much. My tardy sweetheart is an Ori man. Brown hair, serious mane. Should you happen to spot him, pray convey the state of my rapidly mounting impatience. What do you think her name is? Catherine? Maybe. Who knows? Let's go. Let's see, where are we? So, Waiting Love goes down there. And then we've got that to turn in. And we've got the doll to dash to do. I think that we have that. So let's go do that one first. He'll go down here. And we'll run across. All right, so let's, yeah, we do have the Aetheryte. I think we've attuned all of the Aetherites in town. Okay, so the doll dash is around the front here and then down the side. Okay, straight ahead. Should be straight ahead. Oh, whoops. I took a drink from my drink and fell off the edge. Oh, well. Well, it looks like this is where we need to be anyways. Look, there it is. There's the carbuncle doll. You find a yellow carbuncle doll, lifelike expressions aside. It appears to be otherwise motionless. Return to Journey's End and deliver him to the mischievous Mikote. Alright, we've got it. We have retrieved the doll. Oh my goodness, I don't want to fall down there. Alright, so I think that's it. That's all that we're going to do here in this town. Materia melder, materia vendor, material supplier. Oh, let's see what they've got. Fishing stuff. Archon loaf. I've heard about this. Supposedly it's completely bland. Baked with either fish or vegetable flour, this fluffy loaf of rye bread is, from a nutritional standpoint, wholesome indeed. I've heard it tastes bad. Gemstone trader. What have you got, sir? Oh, I have to come back. I can't buy anything from him. There's the retainer person. All right. Here's our friend with the book deliveries. All safely delivered? Ha, of course they were, yes. My shop is well known for carrying publications not only from Charlian authors, but from all manner of foreign chroniclers and tale tellers. Meaning, every time a new shipment comes in, I'm faced with an avalanche of work. I would have been buried alive without your assistance today, so here's a little something to show my gratitude. Go on, you've earned it. I did all that for 735 gil. Alright, let's go give this little girl her doll. Music is so nice. So soothing. It's very chill. Here she is. Here's your doll, little baby. Sigh. He wasn't there. I don't think I'll ever see him again. Yes, you will. Don't worry. Here you go. This lifelike stuffed toy appears ready to scamper away at any moment. Thankfully, it lacks the ethereal energy to do so. Well, there you go. Here's your doll. You found him just like Big Mooney would have. Big Mooney? Who's Big Mooney? Oh, that's what I call the neighbor who used to play with me. She was so tall and smart and always so nice. She'd tell me stories about her friend, a powerful wizard who could summon his very own carbuncle companion. That's why I wanted one for myself. I have to learn how to move him around better, though, so when Mooney comes back, she can see how hard I've been practicing my magics. This is for you. Papa says that when someone helps, you have to show your gratitude, so thanks for finding my carbuncle. Bye. Oh, look, she gave me some pants. Thanks, little girl. Why is the little girl giving me pants? That just seems wrong. Maybe they're too big for her. All right, let's see. We're not going to do that one. Wait, that's the waiting love. Yes, we are. Okay, so we need to go back to the Scholar's Harbor. We have to see what that other quest is down there, too. So, anyways, we're almost done in this place. Almost. Oh, and when I do finish these, I'm going to have to take a break for a few minutes and stretch. I've been sitting in this chair, oh my gosh, for hours. For hours. Okay, let's see. Whoops. We'll go this way. This is so pretty. Oh, look, these are the lampposts. We previewed the housing items this morning, and you can get these lampposts for your yard. They're nice, very nice lampposts. I plan to put some in my yard, for sure. The brown-haired counselor. If we are to efficiently supply mumble mumble requisition requests for the gleaners, mumble mumble, no time for mistakes. This guy is too consumed with his work. The Ori man appears to be lost in contemplation. Perhaps a gentle poke will get his attention. All right, okay, if you insist, I'll poke. Hi, Alex Quill, where did you spring from? She grows tired of waiting? I'm not sure Oh gods, that was today. I was so engaged with my tasks that I must go to her immediately. Yes, you must. And you must be rewarded for the service. Come along, please. Quickly now, quickly. Why am I going with you on this date with your lady? This does not make sense, sir. You just go on ahead and I'll see you in a little while. I'm going out here to the other side to see what's the deal. I think it's an Aetherite quest or something. Oh, such a long run. So laggy. Look, it's a frog. Is it a frog or a chicken? Excuse me. Oh my goodness. All right. We have to go all the way out here. Up the steps. This town is huge. It's huge. All right. Ah, my dear sister, you say. Well, she did indeed send you to the right man. For who better to teach you about Charlian's history than a Studium certified history professor? Oh. Here, take my spyglass. Go on, take it. No time like the present to learn about the past. We shall begin your education with Divine Thaliak, the scholar himself. Inspect the statue of Thaliak. You may move the camera as well as zoom in and out. Target a section and examine it in more detail with the little mouse button. Oh, good. We don't have to go walk around. Oh, it's not a lady. It's Thaliak. It's a guy. So let's take a look. What's that? Here we go. Mythology tells us that Thaliak bore a magic pitcher from which poured forth the waters of knowledge. See how the water is drawn up from the canals and cascades endlessly into the sea. As well as recreating the divine ewer from the tale, it also symbolizes the wisdom which rises from our city and flows out into the world. These people really think a lot of themselves and don't value the cultures or knowledge of other people at all, do they? What about all the knowledge that other people have they could give to you? How about that? If you would like to learn more about the mechanism by which it works, the stonemasons who built it left records of their struggle in the archives of Numenon, a rather challenging construction by all accounts. Well, I'm sure that it was quite challenging. All right, so let's see, what else can we look at? The scholar's feet. If you've learned your history, you will know that the 6th Umbral Era brought a catastrophic flood to the lands of Eorzea. Yet, when all seemed lost, the 12 Archons rose up and saved multitudes from a terrible fate. Yes, just like we're trying to do now, and you people are thwarting our efforts. Of those 12, it was Archon Yunkrep who brought our ancestors here in his ark, and together they founded what was to become the great nation of Sharlayan. The beach at the foot of Thaliak's statue is the very spot where those first Sharlayans made land. I imagine how they must have felt on that day, some 1,600 years ago. Alright, so there's still one more thing to find on the statue. Let's see. The scholar's head. There we go. This statue is a representation of Thaliak, one of the 12 divinities of Eorzea and guardian deity of Sharlayan. As the god of knowledge, he rules over rivers and wisdom. There was once a great system of governance in Sharlayan known as the Ecclesia, a great gathering at which each citizen was given a voice in decisions affecting the nation's future. And it was during one such forum wherein the people voted to elect Thaliak as our patron. It was not piety which drove his choice, but rather a natural progression of our principles and creeds. We Sharlayans have, after all, always devoted ourselves to the pursuit of knowledge. Oh, I need to dump the transcript on the web captioner because it's gotten full again. The buffer is full. Yep, clear the transcript, thank you. One moment. I was saying hi to Peebs in his channel while I'm streaming on my own channel. All right. Whoops. And there you have it. I hope you enjoyed your introduction to Sharlayan historical architecture. Very much. Thank you very much, sir. Very nice. If we are to do justice to the towering Thaliak, however, there is one last snippet of knowledge that we simply cannot overlook. Come along to the foot of the statue. Oh, okay. Oh, my cup is empty. I'm going to have to refill it. Beg pardon, good madam. I could scarce help but notice that sightseeing log on your person. You wouldn't happen to be the adventurer my niece wrote about, would you? Maybe. People do talk about me. Aha, so it is you. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Babeth Ironheart, Millith's aunt and a seasoned explorer. Be a dear and hand me that log of yours. Millith told me all about how she helped you embark on explorations of your own, so it's only right that I share with you some wisdom of my own. Oh, I think this will open my sightseeing log. Let me see here. Oh, I can't forget to mention that. And done. You should be all set, dear. I've jotted down everything I've heard about the most remarkable vistas the realm has to offer. Of course, a few notes I've shared are not more than rumors, but some describing locales so fantastical that I can barely believe they exist. But as I always say, the true joy of exploration lies not in the destination, but in the journey. So go forth, dear, and see what sort of journey these hints take you on. That sightseeing log of yours won't fill itself, you know. All right. Well, I shall go. I shall go do it. I have new entries in my sightseeing log, which I just finished the other day. I just finished all of the previous ones like 3 days ago. All right. Off we go. So let's see. We have a turn in there and a turn in there, and then that's it. That's everything in this town. That is all. Whoops, we want to go this way. All right, so we're going to go down here. Maybe we can go through now. We'll see. He's a statue gazer. Pray direct your attention to yon doors. I came over here before and I couldn't go through those doors. I've already tried. Behind them, nestled within the statue itself, is a chamber known as the Pathless Way. Those who have acquired mastery over specialized disciplines or whose deeds have led to significant advances in their own chosen field are invited to enter said chamber and receive the title of Archon. We place great value on the pursuit of knowledge, and thus the Archons are held in especially high regard. As the embodiment of our ideals, they are permitted to browse the forbidden archives and have ever stood in the center of our nation's greatest achievements. Now, as for the most secret and sacred ceremony which awards them their title, I'm afraid that even I am not privy to the particulars. You will forgive my ignorance on this subject, I hope. Sure, these people are secretive and very full of themselves. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. A scholar and a gentlewoman, and thus concludes the lesson. Should you happen to return by the same route, pray convey my warmest regards to Baldswiss. Sure, if I see your sister, I'll tell her. Apparently, I'll have to see his sister before I leave. All right, let's finish this. Okay, so we're gonna go here. Well, my sweetheart finally arrived thanks to your gentle reminder. He looked so exhausted from his endless labors, however, that I sent him home to rest. Well, that was nice of you. I had a feeling he would be at Neumkremp's site. They say that spur of rock was where the eponymous Archon used to sit when he had matters to meditate upon. My habitually late love holds Neumkremp in great esteem, both for his role as the founder of Sharlayan and the ark he built to save people from the floodwaters of the 6th umbral calamity. Thus, I have an inkling of where to look when the appointed time of our tryst has passed. In any case, I should go and be with him whilst we still have some spare moments to enjoy. Yes, you should. Life is short. Go spend some time with your man, and he should take a break and get some rest. Oh, but I mustn't forget your reward, a little token of appreciation from the two of us to you. All right. I'm almost halfway to 82. All right. Last thing to turn in right there. We're just going to go to the Aetheryte Plaza because it's a little closer. Market board. Oh, there she is. Bald Swiss. Ah, you've come back from hearing one of my brother's lectures, haven't you? That's another look I'm quite familiar with. His breadth of historical knowledge is extensive, sufficient to earn him the title of Archon, he hopes. The problem is, if his contributions to the field are to be officially acknowledged, he must have written recommendations from high-ranking professors. But in these tumultuous times, such ceremonial concerns have been pushed to one side. Yes, I understand. And so he idles away his spare moments at the harbor now, just gazing out at the ocean. I thought having an eager student might relight his spark, which is why I jumped at the chance to speak with you. I must apologize for not being more honest with my intentions. Please accept this gift for your troubles and allow me to welcome you once more to Sharlayan. Well, thanks. It was fine. I learned some things. Okay. Thanks for the money and the experience. And that's it. That's it, except for things that we can't do yet. That specimen came from the moon, and the leaf quests. All right. So there we are. We must go. Where do we need to go? There, to the confluence. And here we are. Well, here's the other guys. Well, now this is rather a lot of stern faces. Are my library books overdue again? No, honey, don't pay any attention to these guys. They're a great big bummer. They're just very serious. Not to our knowledge, we're associates of Kryel of the students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. What? The test subjects? Like, are we going to get splinched? Are we going to get splinched? We're going to get splinched. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard. Well then, let me explain. So in order to travel to an Aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of Aether hurtling along the life stream. Yes, we're getting splinched. I hope someone has some essence of Dittany. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. Okay, well, for long years we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Oh. I like your earring. It's an aetheryte earring. I have one of those. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user needs not attune to these aetherytes, but the aetherytes themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherytes, one has been installed here in Sharlayan and the other over in Yedlimad, a port town in Thavnair. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzat Han, and indeed we owe much of this breathtaking breakthrough to the contributions of their alchemists. Okay. I guess we're going to get to go. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherytes. How fortuitous for you. We're in trouble. We're in danger. I'm pretty sure we're in danger. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? I'm thinking it's going to be a problem. Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. I don't trust this lady. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. Well, alright, here we go. We're guinea pigs. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in the life stream. That's not an unreasonable fear, lady. In the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. Let me do the math here. Okay. Should we trust her? But it's plain that you aren't like most people. Haha, Mistress Kyle truly knows how to pick 'em. So earlier I decided that Urianger, I'm just going to read everything that he says in a perfect southern drawl because I think it makes him sound less pretentious. If I might change the subject, are Masters Wilson and Mistress Bloeda not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently been reassigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed at the forum itself, as I understand, but I am not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No, then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. All right, well, here we go. All right, so what's going to happen here is I'm going to go out here to the Aetherite Plaza. We're going to get to the new zone, and then I'm going to take a break for a few minutes. At least, you know, like a few minute break here. I've got to get up out of my chair, get some stuff to drink, maybe get a snack, stretch, go to the bathroom, you know, all that business. Where is she? Oh, look, there's a Stinian. Where is she? Oh, there we go. It's just a spot on the ground. Here we go.
Right, we're all set.
Her voice is not what I was expecting.
Just the four of you, was it?
That's right.
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavnair.
You are? Oh, I would have preferred more test subjects.
Stinian, run, run.
Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please.
Who's going first?
Yes, right there is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether.
Oh boy, that doesn't sound good. Oh, here we go.
Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
Yep, I knew it. We're gonna vomit on arrival.
What?
Oh, here we go. All right, well, hopefully we're in one piece. I mean, not all 3 of us in one piece. I mean, each of us individually in one piece. I don't want to be in one piece with those 2 guys.
Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between 2 peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time.
Oh, hey, look, I'm all right.
Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. I don't feel so well. Oh, neither does Thancred. Estinian's gonna be fine, though.
What chance?
Oh, yep, Urianger. He's down too. We're all down.
Against such an insidious foe.
Well, here we are in Ilsebard in Thavnair. I've seen fairer faces after a bad shellfish.
Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
Thanks, Daddy Estinian. Oh, dear.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions.
Was there? I don't want to read right now.
Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
Oh, God. Why is anyone holding money but me? I should be in charge. Oh, I think that Urianger is gonna lose his lunch. You manage to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time to stop him from spending all our money on women and booze? I don't know. Oh, gosh. Oh. Wait, can't I just, Asuna myself? I can. Oh, not again. Asuna has no effect. Oh. You there, I need 3 drinks, something that helps with aether sickness. By the Manusaya, a traveler, greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special Amra lassi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. My gosh, look at these guys. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnir, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low, low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. What? Buddy, you're trying to take us to the cleaners here. The price is high road robbery, and you went to say as much to Estinian, but you realize any words of warning you cry out would be accompanied by your last meal. You must stand before Estinian, using gesture deny that the deal is fair. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? What? I shouldn't buy the lassie? This merchant is swindling me? Yes. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,899 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. Yeah, that's what I thought. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well, then. Your coin. Did he just threaten them? Like, they won't make that mistake again. Because, the pointy end, that's how he solves his problems. He solves his problems with the pointy end. Here's a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. Right. Thank you. Thank you. Don't spend any more money. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Give me the money. Give me the cash right now. I'm going to put it in my special coin purse. Seriously. I really should make one of these beds. Check it out. It's a mount. All right. Oh, God, I got to talk to Urianger. Here, have some lassi. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee and Estinian and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You spared us Tataru's wrath. That's the last thing we need is Tataru's wrath. Here, have some lassi. You'll feel better. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. I'm going to make myself some tea after this. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Thy hair. Thy hair, sir. What have you done? I have bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat short of shedding my armor. We can't have that. You can't be a dragoon without all the spikes. May I ask where you got the cord for it? Oh dear, how much did he spend? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easy unraveled. Uh-oh. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil, a steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphino could hand a candle to you. Listen, Estinian, I hate to tell you this, but you can go to any inn room and there's a crystal bell and you can have Jandalane come do your hair. He'll put it in a ponytail for you. He'll braid it. He'll wash it. He'll blow it dry. You know, he'll put some nice smelling stuff in it, some pomade, and he'll only charge you 2,000 gil. Yep, that's it. That's all he'll charge you. Let's see. It's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high, but doesn't that seem excessive here? Are all Hanish merchants so unscrupulous? I expected the Azure Dragoon to put more a fight. That's what we're going to say. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment, yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Radzat-Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arkasodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hanish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radzat-Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted, nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, 'twould be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical eye, we've naught to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Kryle's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlimad? Yedlimad? I think that's how you say the name of this place. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. There we go. And we've got some extra lassi just in case. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna take a short break, get a stretch. Oh, gosh. And, yeah, we'll do a little bit more questing and probably call it around 10 o'clock because I am just whooped. It's been a day. And why not? Why not? I'm just trying to spread some happiness out here in the world by being nosy. Where are we? I wonder if I can go down here to 26. We were in that one already. We were here, right? Oh, no, we weren't here. So this is new home. Owner is Karen. Is it Karen? This is Karen's house. Please don't tell anyone how I live. Oh, I'm sorry. I play too much. I play far too much. I probably should have been doing other things when I got that. This is Kylo Ren's sister. Maybe so. Let's see what's going on inside Karen's house. Oh, there's nothing in here. Oh, except for this. Just a big beaver burger. Poor Karen. It's no wonder she's complaining at the Costco. You know? Oh, goodness. That was wrong. That was wrong of me. I shouldn't have done that. All right. Well, we'll have to find another one to go to because there's nothing to see here. Move along. Shirogane. Let's take a look around here before we start breaking and entering. It's a really pretty housing district. It's beautiful. They have a beach. It's not quite as nice a beach as Mist. I mean, you can go swimming here. You can swim out. I don't know how far out you can swim. Let's find out. I haven't done this before. It's Weeaboo Mist. Oh, you can't swim very far. You get stuck right here. So that's about as far as you can go. So yeah, you can't swim out very far, but it's pretty. They've got boats. They've got a little dock here. They've got, you know, some kind of stuff going on. It's pretty. Everything's, you know, very much in the Japanese style here. It's very beautiful. Look at that. We'll have to check out that Kugane Castle. Very nice. Oh, look, they've got a little place here where you can come on the beach to hang out if you want to. Come down here and have a party with your friends. Check out that guy's Speedo. Whoa. Why is there light shining there in that spot? That's a little strange, I gotta say. Pretty hire girl. She looks like she would just love to get away from this guy. Look at her face. I can hear what's in her head. It's like, oh my God, if this guy mansplains one more thing to me, look at him, he won't stop. He just keeps talking and gesticulating and waving his arms. He's been doing this for 3 years now. Poor thing. I'll pray for you, honey. There's a lot of housing in this game. There's a lot of material for me to continue looking at people's places. I could do this for the rest of my life and probably never see everyone's house. That's sad. That makes me sad. I want to see everyone's house. Really nice. Very well done. I love this house. I love every house I go in. Even the ones that other people might think are just kind of dumb. I appreciate the time that everybody spends to decorate their home. To put a little of themselves in and to do something that makes them feel happy. And that's what it's about. And so I hope that everyone feels happy when they go looking around in people's houses. Go, do it. It's not breaking and entering if the door isn't locked. So, go into my private room, and this is my department store Santa Claus display. So you can come in here and you can wait in line, and this little Lala elf will tell you when you're allowed to go up to see Santa. And then, you can get up on the throne and you can sit down. And it's a department store. So there's a little coffee shop over there, and, changing rooms and clothes, and all decorated for the holidays with the holiday music playing. And let's see here. So I'm just going to sit and whoops, I don't want to be in first person. There we go. You can come in and take your pictures with Santa. I had to float him up. I used a Riviera wall shelf to float Santa Claus up to the level to stand on this throne. But you can use G-pose. If you use G-pose, you can choose there's a frame that you can choose to make like a holiday card. And I believe, let's see here, it is the ornamental border too. Looks real Christmassy. So you can take a screenshot and use that to make a Christmas card that you can print, like at the drugstore or on your nice inkjet printer and send it to your family for Christmas. I did. I thought about this way too much, probably. I should have been thinking about schoolwork, but this is much more fun. Eat your heart out, Walgreens. That's right. They don't have the cool, woolen velours or whatever these things are, that you get when you're a noob. And I put these little, I put a Glade wall lamp in the middle here so that it lights up both sides of the changing room. This is your new employee of the month. All right. So I'm going to leave this up until 12 days after Christmas. So you can come and take your screenshots whenever you would like. Put your holiday clothes on, get all your friends together, stand up there with Santa Claus, and, take a group photo and just enjoy it. I thought this would be a really fun project. And it was a really fun project. I had fun doing this. I really like my little coffee shop too. See, there's full cups of coffee there and some bags of pastries. But then there's the empty cup, another empty cup. And why not? Why not? I'm just trying to spread some happiness out here in the world by being nosy. See, where are we? I wonder if we can go down here to 26. We were in that one already. We were here, right? Oh, no, we weren't here. So this is new home. Owner is Karen. Is it Karen? This is Karen's house. Please don't tell anyone how I live. Oh, I'm sorry. I play too much. I play far too much. I probably should have been doing other things when I got that. This is Kylo Ren's sister. Maybe so. Let's see what's going on inside Karen's house. Oh, there's nothing in here. Oh, except for this. Just a big beaver burger. Poor Karen. It's no wonder she's complaining at the Costco. You know? Oh, goodness. That was wrong. That was wrong of me. I shouldn't have done that. All right. Well, we'll have to find another one to go to because there's nothing to see here. Move along. Shirogane. Let's take a look around here before we start breaking and entering. It's a really pretty housing district. It's beautiful. They have a beach. It's not quite as nice a beach as Mist. I mean, you can go swimming here. You can swim out. I don't know how far out you can swim. Let's find out. I haven't done this before. It's Weeaboo Mist. Oh, you can't swim very far. You get stuck right here. So that's about as far as you can go. So yeah, you can't swim out very far, but it's pretty. They've got boats. They've got a little dock here. They've got, you know, some kind of stuff going on. It's pretty. Everything's, you know, very much in the Japanese style here. It's very beautiful. Look at that. We'll have to check out that Kugane Castle. Very nice. Oh, look, they've got a little place here where you can come on the beach to hang out if you want to. Come down here and have a party with your friends. Check out that guy's Speedo. Whoa. Why is there light shining there in that spot? That's a little strange, I gotta say. Pretty hire girl. She looks like she would just love to get away from this guy. Look at her face. I can hear what's in her head. It's like, oh my God, if this guy mansplains one more thing to me, look at him, he won't stop. He just keeps talking and gesticulating and waving his arms. He's been doing this for 3 years now. Poor thing. I'll pray for you, honey. There's a lot of housing in this game. There's a lot of material for me to continue looking at people's places. I could do this for the rest of my life and probably never see everyone's house. That's sad. That makes me sad. I want to see everyone's house. Really nice. Very well done. I love this house. I love every house I go in. Even the ones that other people might think are just kind of dumb. I appreciate the time that everybody spends to decorate their home. Put a little of themselves in, and to do something that makes them feel happy. And that's what it's about. And so I hope that everyone feels happy when they go looking around in people's houses. Go, do it. It's not breaking and entering if the door isn't locked. So, Go into my private room, and this is my department store Santa Claus display. So you can come in here and you can wait in line, and this little Lala elf will tell you when you're allowed to go up to see Santa. And then, you know, you can get up on the throne and you can sit down. Oh, and it's a department store. So there's a little coffee shop over there, and, you know, changing rooms and clothes, and all decorated for the holidays with the holiday music playing. And let's see here. So I'm just going to sit and whoops, I don't want to be in first person. There we go. You can come in and take your pictures with Santa. I had to float him up. I used a Riviera wall shelf to float Santa Claus up to the level to stand on this throne. But you can use G-pose. If you use G-pose, you can choose there's a frame that you can choose to make like a holiday card. And I believe, let's see here, it is the ornamental border too. Looks real Christmassy. So you can take a screenshot and use that to make a Christmas card that you can print, you know, like at the drugstore or on your nice inkjet printer, and send it to your family for Christmas. I did. I thought about this way too much, probably. I should have been thinking about schoolwork, but you know, this is much more fun. Eat your heart out, Walgreens. That's right. They don't have the cool, you know, woolen velours or whatever these things are, you know, that you get when you're a noob. And I put these little, like, I put a Glade wall lamp in the middle here so that it, like, lights up both sides of the changing room. This is your new employee of the month. All right. So I'm going to leave this up until 12 days after Christmas. So you can come and take your screenshots whenever you would like. You know, put your holiday clothes on, get all your friends together, stand up there with Santa Claus, and, you know, take a group photo and just enjoy it. I thought this would be a really fun project. And it was a really fun project. I had fun doing this. I really like my little coffee shop too. See, there's like full cups of coffee there and some bags of pastries. But then there's the empty cup, another empty cup. And why not? Why not? I'm just trying to spread some happiness out here in the world by being nosy. See, where are we? I wonder if we can go down here to 26. We were in that one already. We were here, right? Oh, no, we weren't here. So this is new home. Owner is Karen. Is it Karen? This is Karen's house. Please don't tell anyone how I live. Oh, I'm sorry. I play too much. I play far too much. I probably should have been doing other things when I got that. This is Kylo Ren's sister. Maybe so. Let's see what's going on inside Karen's house. Oh, there's nothing in here. Oh, except for this. Just a big beaver burger. Poor Karen. It's no wonder she's complaining at the Costco. You know? Oh, goodness. That was wrong. That was wrong of me. I shouldn't have done that. All right. Well, we'll have to find another one to go to because there's nothing to see here. Move along. Shirogane. Let's take a look around here before we start breaking and entering. It's a really pretty housing district. It's beautiful. They have a beach. It's not quite as nice a beach as Mist. I mean, you can go swimming here. You can swim out. I don't know how far out you can swim. Let's find out. I haven't done this before. It's Weeaboo Mist. Oh, you can't swim very far. You get stuck right here. So that's about as far as you can go. So yeah, you can't swim out very far, but it's pretty. They've got boats. They've got a little dock here. They've got, you know, some kind of stuff going on. It's pretty. Everything's, you know, very much in the Japanese style here. It's very beautiful. Look at that. We'll have to check out that Kugane Castle. Very nice. Oh, look, they've got a little place here where you can come on the beach to hang out if you want to. Come down here and have a party with your friends. Check out that guy's Speedo. Whoa. Why is there light shining there in that spot? That's a little strange, I gotta say. Pretty hire girl. She looks like she would just love to get away from this guy. Look at her face. I can hear what's in her head. It's like, oh my God, if this guy mansplains one more thing to me, look at him, he won't stop. He just keeps talking and gesticulating and waving his arms. He's been doing this for 3 years now. Poor thing. I'll pray for you, honey. So there's a lot of housing in this game. There's a lot of material for me to continue looking at people's places. I could do this for the rest of my life and probably never see everyone's house. That's sad. That makes me sad. I want to see everyone's house. Really nice. Very well done. I love this house. I love every house I go in. Even the ones that other people might think are just kind of dumb. I appreciate the time that everybody spends to decorate their home. You know, to put a little of themselves in and to do something that makes them feel happy. And that's what it's about. And so I hope that everyone feels happy when they go looking around in people's houses. Go, do it. It's not breaking and entering if the door isn't locked. So, go into my private room, and this is my department store Santa Claus display. So you can come in here and you can wait in line, and this little Lala elf will tell you when you're allowed to go up to see Santa. And then, you know, you can get up on the throne and you can sit down. Oh, and it's a department store. So there's a little coffee shop over there, and, you know, changing rooms and clothes and all decorated for the holidays with the holiday music playing. And let's see here. So I'm just going to sit and whoops, I don't want to be in first person. There we go. You can come in and take your pictures with Santa. I had to float him up on. I used a Riviera wall shelf to float Santa Claus up to the level to stand on this throne. But you can use G-pose. If you use G-pose, you can choose there's a frame that you can choose to make like a holiday card. And I believe, let's see here, it is the ornamental border too. Looks real Christmassy. So you can take a screenshot and use that to make a Christmas card that you can print, you know, like at the drugstore or on your nice inkjet printer and send it to your family for Christmas. I did. I thought about this way too much, probably. I should have been thinking about schoolwork, but you know, this is much more fun. Eat your heart out, Walgreens. That's right. They don't have the cool, you know, woolen velours or whatever these things are, you know, that you get when you're a noob. And I put these little, like, I put a Glade wall lamp in the middle here so that it, like, lights up both sides of the changing room. All right. I am back. Let me turn the music back on. All right. Well, I had a nice break. I walked the dog outside and got some food. So I've got a snack here. I've got some tea. I took my nighttime meds. So I feel like I can do a little bit more today. I got power up with some pizza. Oops, let me fix the web captioner. I don't even know what that was. Apologize, I'm eating. I'm actually eating because I'm hungry. Let's see here. Fix something. This little dress I've got is so cute. Check it out. I've got little kitties and duckies on this dress. I love it. It's super adorable. And I fixed my hair so that it doesn't clip into my chest. We'll just put it that way. So it's not swinging through my chest all day. Because that was kind of weird. All right, so let's see what's next. Stomach behaving once more. Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Katniss, the pier is yours. Okay. I will go check out the pier. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. It's all right. You know, we'll get over it. At least we didn't get splinched. That would be much worse. I'm going down to the pier because apparently that's where I am tasked to inspect. This is pretty cool. Oh, look. There's a sightseeing thing over there. I wonder. Oh, I'm like a dog with squirrels when I see the sightseeing log thing. I'm sorry. I gotta run up here. Let's see if I can find it. See if we can figure out how to get up there. It's up on that roof. Can we get inside this building? No. Let me look around here. I just want to see the outside of this thing. How do I get up there? How do I go? Do I have to jump on this building? This building has all kinds of different little things that you can jump on. Well, there's a bunch of boxes here. This lag might not be the best for doing jumping puzzles. If I had to guess. I'm guessing that I can somehow get up onto this thing. Or maybe these doors will open after I do some quest and I'll be able to get up there. Or you get up there from over here. Is there a way to get up on this building? There's something up there. There's a light up there. There's like a little balcony. Well, we'll find out. Keep in mind that that is there. I love doing the sightseeing log stuff, but I hate jumping puzzles. Oh, here's the gemstone trader. I'll talk to her. All right. All right. There's more stuff that we can buy when we start doing crafting. Oh, look, it's a box of fruit. Much healthier than what I'm currently eating. I did pretty good most of the day. I'm really trying to not just eat junk food while I do this, because I'm too old for that. I'll make myself even more ill. The crate is laden with fruits, but they are on the verge of spoiling as if they have been left too long. Here's someone to talk to. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily, out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. I wonder if that's why everyone's trying to jack up the prices. Business is bad. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have the consortium to keep afloat like Kalzal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of you. If you have a moment, what was it? Was it the Christmas outfit that gave it away? That I'm not from around these parts? If you have a moment, perhaps you could pay Kalzal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. I bring you tidings from the land of Christmas. Like as not, you'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the Harbor Guild building across the water from here. Okay. Let's see. Where else might I find some information? Over there. There we go. Well, now, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared on Naraner. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no. It had to spawn fell fiends as well. Oh, great. Fell fiends, just what we need. We still have our lives to thank to the Radiant Host, but that business is as good as dead. What'll become of us, only the gods know. All right, one more. Oh, there's a spot down there at the end now. Someone is yelling in chat that they're going to lose it with these three idiots, and I'm pretty sure they're talking about Estinian, Thancred, and Urianger. It's like, you know, all the smart people stayed in Charlian, and all the dumb people came here. And now I'm like babysitting three giant baby men, basically. Basically a babysitter. Gazing out from the pier, you spy boats moored off nearby islands with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports you have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. People not coming here. Yeah, there's not much going on here. It's pretty quiet. Wait, can I mount here? Oh, I can. I can ride my mount here. The Dalmaskins aren't coming, but we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's this tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. Yeah, times are hard. There are a lot of problems in the world. Supply chain issues. Gah, but this will be an enormous loss. All right. Forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannish favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest wares. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kalzal. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. Oh dear. Times are tough in Radzat Han. And you are? Oh, they finally noticed me standing here. Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant? Please tell me you're a merchant. I'm not a merchant. I'm the warrior of light. I'm here to solve all problems that even merchants can't solve. I see. That is a shame. I'm sorry, but we were discussing some very important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matsaya, and I'm here to see Kalzal. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Oh no, don't go away. Wait. What if that elephant baby man was a merchant. I suppose I should go talk with the baby elephant man. Out on the dock. Yes, can I help you? Ah, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Mutsaya, a fisherman of Akyali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Yeah, he's very worried. Everyone's very worried. Matsaya regards you nervously. Don't be nervous, it's all right. If I may ask, what is it that you do? Oh, you know, carry things, poke things, carry more things, plant seeds. Yeah, you name it. I've done it. I've done it today. I've done all kinds of deliveries. I deliver books. I can do it. What do you need? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You don't want my job. You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is, I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Oh, for God's sake, I've never been a fish salesperson. That's one thing. I've never been a fishmonger, except for, you know, like selling my own fish that I've fished on the market board. I don't think that counts, though. Don't they know how to use the market board? They should learn. If you're willing, please let me know and we can begin at once. Okay, fine. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty fighter registrations. Oh God, what have I gotten myself into?
By the way, there's no back.
Huh?
No back. So if you screw one up, you screw one up.
Oh, okay.
I think you get the same result.
Oh, okay. It just,
I
yeah.
assume you did all three.
Mm.
But I didn't. So that there's no way to stop.
Okay. Well, the world won't come to an end if I don't do it right, so we'll just do it. Let's sell some fish. You'll do it then? Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right. Please try peddling my fish, too. Shall we say 3 people here in Yelamdad. I will observe and learn. Okay. Let's hope that we don't steer this poor elephant man down the wrong path. Matsaya is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, all this stuff. We know this already. All right. He's going along with me. All right, so let's go this way. Come, come. Come, baby elephant man. We're going to go down here and we're going to sell some fish. We're going to sell some fish to a fisherman who's standing on the dock. Maybe he's not a fisherman. Maybe he's just an edgelord standing at the edge of the water, being edgy. Kind of looks like it. Yes? Greetings, Sven. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too, Sai. I suppose I'm well enough, given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared, everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life, such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon, so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Oh, speaking of meals, I have some fish to sell you. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. Ha, when you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. Oh, yay, I sold fish. See how it's done, Elephant Man? See, I told you, I can sell your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You succeeded in making a sale. Oh, good. I made a sale. Excellent. All right. Let's find the next victim. I hope that this guy's fish is fresh. And I'm not like, selling some old fish to people. That would be wrong. Okay, over here. This lady looks like a very busy person working hard. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. Amra shamra, my fresh fish is the only thing you need? What do you need so many amra for? That's what I'm going to say. Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking me when the next shipment is arriving for this and for that and that. All of it wears me down and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Well, then maybe you should eat. Are you sure you're actually hungry? When I think of it, I'm not sure. I'm not so sure. Maybe you need more protein. Rather than hungry, I've been feeling unfulfilled and I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Do you like fish? Fish? I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why do you ask? Oh, so you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have acciali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. Here comes the fish guy. We certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I also recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at all first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. 2 sales. All right. One more. If we do one more, we get them all right. Let's see. This way. Where am I going? All right, here we are. Bazama. We're going to sell Bazama some fish. Mark my words. What is it, if you don't mind? I'm rather busy. Oh, gods, my stomach. Ugh. Oh, what's wrong? What's wrong? Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. I'm in my hurry to get back to work. I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier, eat more slowly, and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. All the better to be prepared. What an industrious young man you are. Well, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone. Now, if you excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Take care. Oh no, I didn't sell fish to him. Too bad we couldn't make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Yes, so maybe in the future, you'll be able to sell him some fish. Come, let us return to the pier. All right, we'll go back to the pier. What? This way. I wonder if I can mount. And will he run fast enough to follow me? Come on. Gosh, you're so slow. Let's go. Come on. All right, so what's going on here? He's into the shiny circle. All right.
Bicolor.
12, I think. How many are these giving? 14? Okay. A little bit more then. Good. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You're welcome, baby elephant man. You managed to sell 2 to 2 of the 3 people you approached. Adventurers do indeed have great conversational skills. Watching you at work was very enlightening. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. Maybe. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for calls all soon. Me too. We'll see what we can do. It might take a while, like maybe until like level 90 to resolve these issues. If I had to guess. Well, there's Kalzal. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who could it be but Matsaya? Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy fish anymore? Oh, he looks so sad. He's sorry about it. I'm sorry, Matsaya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. Yes, you can. I just showed you how. I want to help you, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I think he's crying. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have friends and family depend on me, and I won't fail them, the sisters, as my witness. These people are in dire straits. Oh, not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. You'll be okay. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. You know, maybe you can trade with the fruit lady so that she'll have some fish and you'll have some fruit, and you can feed the people in your village, and you all can survive this hard time because you have food and a place to sleep, and all will be okay. Mm-mm-mm. Pizza. Pizza is tasty. Oh, quests have appeared. Kepharaz is rubbing the small of his back and smiling at you through the pain. Poor guy. He's the fruit savior. You there, I take it by the hunger in your eyes that you're in search of work. As luck would have it, I'm in need of assistance and have the coin to make it worth your while. Someone patted me. Loco moco. Usually I'd haul these goods ashore myself, but today my back doesn't seem amenable to the prospect. If you could help an old merchant out, I reckon we can both go to sleep today satisfied. All right, fine. Ah, very good, very good. I've marked on the map where the crates are to be delivered. Careful now. The fruits inside bruise easily. Give me a shout once you're done and we'll see about getting you paid. Deliver the crate of fruit to the designated location before the time runs out. Okay. I have 2 minutes to complete the task. All right, off we go. Where am I going? Guess I'm going this way. I don't know who Loco Moco is, but he patted me. I'm just going up here. Look, there's Thancred. And Urianger. Okay. Crate of fruit rests snugly amongst the rest of the shipments. Report your success to Kepharaz. Okay. I managed to carry the fruit. All right, where am I going? Oh, I'm going over here. Do. I should summon my chocobo. I find it amazing that the web captioner knows the word chocobo, but can't get anything else right. Oh, look, I'm in the ocean. Let me out. I went out. There we go. Okay. No crate in your hands, eh? I take it that means you got the task done. Good job. Yes, I did. That particular shipment was packed to the brim with this region's finest fruits. Owing to this region's insufferable heat, they're sweeter than any other I've tasted. I was meant to deliver them to a client of mine in Limsa Lominsa, but no sooner had I set sail than I received word that my goods were no longer needed. A damn shame, but now that they're resting under the shade, at least they won't go to waste. Well, now why wouldn't they want them in Limsa Lominsa? There's 1 billion people there. I saw them. That's life, eh? Sometimes the wind is at your back, sometimes you're left floundering, and other times you're stuck in bed on a beautiful day because your back is having none of it. Yes, I have been there. Can attest. But I tend to find that fortune smiles upon those with patience, as they did today when I saw you strolling along the docks, any road. Here's your payment for a job well done, till we next meet. All right, let's go see what the dummies are up to. I hope Estinian hasn't spent all of our money. This person patted me and whispered me and said that I was very cute. I agree. I am very cute. Very cute. Indeed. All right. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust? Well, yes, I have. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. My goodness. What's going on in this place? As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And, as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Tolophoroi. Yep. Iced tea. Yum yum. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Metsaya fellow you were helping, he's Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently, 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? Well, probably not. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason. Whoops, I forgot. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodara would be their primary target. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. Well, we better go after him. Achiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Kryle's acquaintance, incidentally. All right. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Oh, there's a quest over here. Oh, look at that chocobo and the Abigail barding. It's so cute. Oh, look, it's an Aura kid. Child is looking around, trying to catch the attention of any passerby. Well, here I am. Look how cute she is. Oh my god. Oh, you look fierce. Are you? Can you help me find my sister? Well, maybe so. She went off to hunt Sotor Murg so she could make me chicken tikka. She's so brave, but she's been gone for quite some time. I've never strayed far from the gates, and those beasts look so frightening. She shouldn't be far. Can you find her for me? Well, maybe. She has red hair, and she looks so elegant in her hunting garb. Head off to the northwest. I'll be waiting here for you to come back. All right, well, you know, we're heading that way anyways, so I'll see if I can't find your sister. Hello, Chocobo man. No thanks, I just wanted to learn. All right. Pretty country. Oh, here's the thingy. We'll just stand here and wait around. You do not see Matsaya nearby, but the elevated ground up ahead may provide a better vantage point. All right. I don't want to fight that big turtle. God, there's like giant turtles and elephants in the road here. What's going on? Pretty. Really pretty. Look at that. Beautiful. Let's see if we can see him from here. You do not see Messiah from here either. Okay. No, leave me alone. Help. Somebody help. Oh no. Messiah's voice, and it came from the north. Alright. Well. You think people are stealing them for their tusks? I mean, these elephants out here got much bigger tusks. Oh my goodness. I'll take care of this mess. Don't you all worry. I got it. There, everyone's quest is done. You're welcome. Call in the White Mage Brigade. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? You were saying help. What? I see you found him in time. Why were you yelling help? You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arca Sodara were being targeted. Why? Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean is all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I have heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue it means. But they're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we should learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? To think I had you peddling fish. Well, you know, that's what everybody thinks when we first arrive somewhere. But to answer your question, yes, of course, we would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge and our fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay a visit to Akyali? Akyali. Yes, let's go. Let's do it. Wonderful. Just follow the road to the west and down the hill. You can't miss it. I think I'm going to get to the town and then I'm going to probably call it a night because I am just getting super tired. So 'tis the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. Kidnapped Hanish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Me too. Though indeed saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyali we go. Let's go. Off we go. There you go. Have a heal. Oh, look. Here's the auburn-haired Aura. Quiet, you. I'm lying in wait. Can't you see? What is it? It's your brother. Oh, it's her sister. I couldn't tell. My sister, oh, she does worry after me, so I apologize for imposition. It's okay. She's just a kid. Today is her name day, and I want to do something special for her. So much has gone wrong of late, and she's managed to always keep a smile on her face. I thought that Sodermurg would be simple prey, but now that I've seen one up close, I can barely bring myself to move. I've never been so afraid, truth be told. But you look as like you've never known fear. You could make quick work of the Sodermurg, I'm certain. If you don't mind, could you slay the animal for me? I've already set the traps, so one should be along soon enough. Without their meat, I can't hope to make the chicken tikka that my sister so adores. Please, if not for me, then do it for her. Okay, fine. I don't even know what it is I'm killing, but you know. Here we go. If you're making chicken tikka, I would hope that it's a bird of some sort. Oh, here we go. No problem, I got this. Alrighty then. There you go. Chicken dinner for your sister. That was an inspiring display. Were you able to procure its meat? Yes. Here you go. Ah, this is the most delicious part. Thank you, thank you. You must let me repay you for your bravery. Please meet me near the city gates where I told my sister to wait. I do hope she hasn't wandered off. All right. Let's go back and give the news. Oh, I'm being chased by an elephant. Well, this is certainly a pretty zone. It's full of angry animals. There's the brave traveler. Thank you for finding my sister. She said you took down the Sodermurga in a single blow. I actually cast glare on it a many number of times. Anything for chicken tikka. The memories of us gathering around the table as a family over a homemade feast are among my fondest. Our parents have gone to Radzat-Han to find work, seeing as how there is none to be found around here since the tower appeared. They've sent word they'll return for this little one's name day. I want them to arrive to a feast rivaling the ones from before, and thanks to you, they will. Please take this for all you've done to give our family a memory we can cherish. You're welcome. But what do I want? I'll take this one. It's a blue quest. I have to pick it up. It's called Stepchild. Oh, goodness. Yes, it's for an aether current. Olga's looking around in trepidation. Why are the Matanga everywhere? Has this town fallen? Ah, your face. It is known to me. You were the warrior who fought for the Mull and the Nadam. Yeah, that was me. I am Ogul of the Katayan. It was your bravery and skill which inspired me to embark upon my own hero's journey. Well, all right. I'm glad that I could be inspirational. Yet now I have foolishly blundered into a den of Matanga. Why do these others walk without fear? Do they not care if they are slaughtered? Lady, it's okay. The Arcosodera are a civilized tribe. These Matanga are not like those on the Azim steppe. I do not doubt your word, but grandmother would always warn me, if you encounter a Matanga, you turn tail and flee as fast as you can. Her tales were awful and bloody, and so now, the very sight of them, the terror rises unbidden. No, I cannot stay here. I must earn enough coin to buy passage from this nightmare island as soon as possible. I beg of you, stay at my side for a time, just until I meet with this Kankana person the sailors told me about. She is said to have work that pays a fair wage, so I'll see what work she has for me. Oh, for goodness sakes, I need to get to the next town. I'm going to go to the next town, and, I'll come back for her. I'll come back for her tomorrow. I just want to go up to the next town and call it a night. I think it's down here. It's just the little fishing town. Welcome to Akyali, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Any one of us can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kaga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Did I remember to attune to the Aetherite here? No, I did not. All right, whoops. Well, shoot. I'm going to have to go back there. I had too much aether sickness to attune to the Aetherite. You want to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities are many varied. Some can be kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we immortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. All right. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? Huh, that's what I like to hear. Prick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, Manusya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Oh boy. Trading heads. Thus were born new gods possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. All right. Well, that's interesting. Man-headed beast deities. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. Yes, I did. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Okay, go ahead, and then I have to go back to town and attune to the Aetherite. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. Okay. By all means, we should like to see it. Oh, yes. They are Manusya. You heard about them already. Yes, 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest, Sindaruva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts and so is beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Manusya, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Murga, if I may ask? Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Gaja's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of Arkasodera. Okay. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the satrap, that is the ruler of Razat-Han, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. Well, that's Estinian. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Thank you, sir. Right. I believe it's time we sought out Kryle's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Nidhana. According to Kryle's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work further along the coast. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to actually go attune to the Aetherite in town. He has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Okay, make this quick. Did you say you're going to see Donata? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant, beautiful, kind, and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? Sigh, I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Oh gosh. It's his girlfriend. Alright, we gotta get back to town. Gotta go back to town. And continue with the fun tomorrow. This Dommel mount is very tall. All right. Mission accomplished. Well, so now I'm just gonna go back to my house and log out there. Oh my goodness. Oh. Yeah, like, almost 11 hours of this is all I can do in a day. I'm an old lady. Here we are, back in Mist. Far away from the madding crowds. Back at my cute little house. It's so nice to have a cute little house to come home to. Ah, it's good to be home. I'm back behind the wall. Gotta be careful in that bathtub, it's dangerous. All right. Well, I want to thank everyone who watched today. It's been a long day. Whoops, I think I can doze in my bed. Yes. It's been a long day. And we're almost to 82, but that's as far as I can go. That's as far as I can go for the day. No rush. No need to hurry. So I'll be up tomorrow morning and we'll be back at it. I hope that some of you will come and visit me tomorrow. Yeah. I have to work for part of the day, but the rest of the day will be devoted to leveling, and hopefully we'll get to like 84 tomorrow. That's kind of the goal. Anyways, have a great night. Take care. Don't forget to take your meds and get some sleep. And I'll catch you on the flip side.